It says I'm live. Hey there, interweb. What's going on? You guys hear me okay? Everybody else is muted. You guys hear me all right?
I can't hear you at all.
Perfect.
What was that?
It was weird because, normally you get a little bit of background, even some like static or some whatever. You guys were all muted, so it was dead silent. I was like, oh shit, I wonder if my headphones died. Something because I couldn't hear anything out of them. No.
Are you talking? I think maybe your headphones died because I can't hear you at all.
I know.
Okay, that could be my internet or that could be you screwing around. I mean, it's a 50-50 chance here.
Yeah, I was going to say 50-50.
Is this show live?
I think it's live. So what's going on, everybody? Got a couple of people in here. Got a couple of people out there. I know Budget just ended a few minutes ago. Honda's still going.
So basically, we went from one of the best shows to one of the other shows, going from Budget over to here.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. All I heard was douchebag. What? What'd you say?
That's exactly what I heard too.
I just heard I thought I heard from somebody that was super excited that they got a Mosin. Like anybody would be excited that they got a Mosin.
Why would you be excited to get a Mosin? I mean, that's something you keep by. That's something you keep by the shitter in case a deer pops up outside your bathroom window.
Yeah. He probably didn't even know it was a Mosin because it had the plunger on the end of it. Like, it was just in there for just in case things got ugly. You need a plunger.
Do you know how many rolls of toilet paper you can stick on a Mosin? Especially if it's got the bayonet.
I guess it depends on if
all of them. If
you cut the barrel down like Honda did. So I mean, you probably get a couple of less on that one, but I would think at least what 8 or 10 probably, huh?
You can get more rolls of toilet paper on that than you can buy right now.
That's true. That's true. Actually, that's not true, man.
An assault toilet paper roll holder.
Assault roll, yeah. You know what? And it's funny because newer rifles probably use like the toilet paper rolls, but the Mosins use those long bayonets. They're like paper towel rolls, so that's a big difference, I guess. And yeah, I was at the grocery store the other day, man. They were stocked full of all sorts of stuff, man. They had toilet paper, paper towels. I bought some. They had sanitizer, hand sanitizer there. They had, you name it, they had it.
9mm.
What's that?
9mm.
No. I thought you said a ventilator. I was like, yeah, there's no ventilators too.
There's a ventilator there too, yeah. Why not?
Hand sanitizer, ventilators, they were stocked. Yeah. No, they don't. They don't have any ammo at my grocery store, unfortunately. It would back in the day. That must have been awesome. That must have been awesome back in the day.
Is that hard to find?
What's that? What'd you say, buddy?
Sanitizer is supposed to be that hard to find right now.
It has been.
I mean, I haven't shot for it or anything, but I was just at Ollie's today, and yeah, let's say because I was at Ollie's today, and I picked up a thing, and I thought it was a bottle of wine or something by looking at it. And the person I was with was like, no.
Yeah, he's breaking up every other word.
Okay. Yeah.
I was just supposed to ask the same thing.
If he's breaking up for everybody, it's not my internet, it's him.
No, it's him. Yeah,
I was like,
breaking up a little bit.
Wow, they got a big dump table. I'm not sure why it was in a glass bottle, but
well, it's funny because they've been putting sanitizer in all sorts of crazy stuff. I was at a gas station the other day, and somebody was making, homemade sanitizer, their own sanitizer, some company, and it was in motor oil containers. And I thought that was pretty neat. That was different. You know what I mean? That was pretty cool. It was sitting up at the register there. They had like 6 or 8 of them, and it was hand sanitizer. And looked like Mobile One or something. It was pretty cool. Thought it was neat.
Yeah, I know a lot of like the breweries and places that are set up to comply with federal law for the production of ethanol-based alcohol have kind of switched production over to hand sanitizer as another revenue source.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, lots of people have. Yeah, there's a...
When you say homemade sanitizer, it almost sounds like it's something like, hey, bud, I got some sanitizer. I made in my bathtub. You want a hit?
Yeah, some bathtub sanitizer. Scott
will make you go blind.
Being able to mail order must have been awesome. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it must have been great to just been able to go to one store and be like, I'll have I'll get a 22 and some ammo and a shotgun and and whatever groceries you want and all sorts of stuff.
Let's see, I need 15 pounds of salted beef, 5 bales of assorted oats and hay, tourniquets. Do you have any tourniquets? I'll need like a row of tourniquets. And yes, where can I find the mail order help?
Brides? Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about. I thought you were looking for mail order brides. All right, so let's see. What do we got? Obnoxious, what's going on, buddy?
Holy Jesus!
You're muted.
I had too many windows open. I had to get back to it. I mean, it's not like I was really paying a whole lot of attention to this show, but we're doing all right. Doing all right. Doing my thumbnail for my video going up next week, and that kind of stuff and things.
Things and stuff and stuff and things?
No, just stuff and things. We got out of the things and stuff business. We're entirely invested in stuff and things now.
Oh, okay, that's nice to know. I mean, they say you should diversify though. But
the things and stuff that's a dead market.
What about shit? You still doing shit?
Yeah, we still do shit and stuff and things. So we're diversified. Yeah. And we invested in some really stupid shit like Diet Beef Soda Zero.
Oh,
so I mean,
that's nice. I know. I appreciate your support.
We're completely diversified until the FDA shuts them down.
So you've managed to fully divest yourself of whatchamacallits, doohickeys, and thingamajigs as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we're completely out of the whatchamacallits, doohickeys, and thingamajigs. So we did put a few bucks in widgets.
Oh. Yeah, the widget market is gone and dead. That was a fad for like 9 months, and if you weren't already ahead of the curve on that, there's no way you're going to make your money back on it.
Maybe I'm ahead of the curve at coming back.
Yeah, Wombles are where it's at for sure.
No, Wombles are dead for years.
Goozits are.
You figure out. You sit there and you get your marketing portfolio ready, and we'll help you out later if we need to. We'll get you all set up. Don't worry. What's happening, Guns Barbecue?
Not a whole lot. I actually think this might be the first chat that I actually showed up to on time. So thanks for having me. And I've got that question for later whenever you want to talk about cooking crap.
Yeah, we can talk about whatever. Yeah, no problem. We can get into that then. Gizzard, how's it hanging? What's clucking?
Well, I don't know. Had my show this morning for 4 hours, went well, and goofed off a little bit and get ready for this one. So hopefully it will live up to the billing or down to the billing. I'm not sure which it is, but whatever it is, I'll be part of it. So,
am I the only one that's? Was he super choppy, or was it just me?
Just you.
I'm super choppy.
He's super choppy.
I'm having real nasty issues here. I'm not really sure what's going on. If
Look, if it's flaring up again, you got to go back in and get a little shot of penicillin, like actual penicillin, not just the stuff you scraped off the croutons.
I mean, it'll be okay for a little bit, and then it gets super, super choppy. I don't know if it's the internet, if it's what it is. I don't know.
A little man to close down the YouTube. He's sucking up all the internet juice.
Yeah, could be. Let me make sure here I don't have anything like. I don't think I have anything playing in the background. Give me 1 second here. No, I don't know. Everything looks okay. I don't know. We'll see.
It's Skynet.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, and I have hardwired to my modem, so it's
plugged in on both ends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got it. It says good connection. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully it straightens out. Calaveras, what's going on, buddy?
Not a whole lot. Just on my way home, and you guys are giving me grief over the Mosin. It's my first mill syrup, so yeah, I had to have it shipped in from Nebraska, courtesy of Stan at SS Pond, and then Storm and Norman was the one who took care of it on the California end. But all in all, a good day. Was I tried to do some archery deer hunting this morning. Unfortunately, about 70 yards is about the closest I can get to one, and that's a little beyond my capabilities. But oh well, always next time.
Yeah, don't take those super long shots, man. That's rough.
Yeah, that's right. I blew. Sorry, scratch that with this group. I missed a 60-yard shot and a 50-yard shot yesterday, so I wasn't going to try a 70-yard today.
Yeah, that's a long way, man. That's why I never really got into archery. I archery hunted a little bit, but I don't know. I didn't shoot enough. I didn't practice enough. I didn't feel like, it just wasn't my thing. I didn't really love shooting bow. I love that time of year. That time of year is awesome, man. It's nice and cool, like, or warm. It's not super, super hot or super cold. But I don't know.
I just always that's for yesterday at deer camp, we peaked at I think 102. Today it peaked at 104.
And this one time at deer camp,
I pissed my dad off so much that he really did stick that antler where I didn't want it.
Huh. No bueno.
No.
I can't believe that you guys are already having archery season, though. Here in PA, it won't come in until I think last week of September or so.
Yeah, the zone I was hunting, I think, is the first one in the state to open.
When I'm talking, am I choppy, or is it sound okay?
Sounds okay to us, man.
Yeah,
all right.
Sounds all right.
All right. I might turn my headphones off here and reconnect them and see if that helps. We'll see. Maybe it's because I use the microphone on the computer, but the headphones to hear. So maybe it's that. Maybe it's actually my headphones. So Squib, you go, and then G23 and Ape, and I'll mute myself, and I'll redo my headphones here, reconnect them, and see if that helps. So you guys do some intros here, and I'll be right back.
I just got home from work. Thanks for the invite. Don't know if I'll stay for the whole show, but appreciate the invite.
Thanks for the invite. I definitely won't be for the whole show because I got an early AM. But thanks again for the invite.
Well, I don't know if it's thanks for the invite, but you got to have your monkey to be throwing shit around here. Got to keep the show going. Got to keep it well lubricated and moving. I have done very little to absolutely nothing except take a little cruise in the car, to the hardware store to pick up bug juice. So that's about it. And since he is now muted and has his headphones unplugged, let's see if we can get him demonetized.
No. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Shit.
Even though I'm not
It's definitely
and you're not going to get me demonetized. Don't worry. I don't think you could do that. I'm pretty sure I would have done that myself.
Yeah, this show, I seriously doubt, if you even try to hit the monetization button, I think YouTube would immediately just reject you. Because this show has a particular reputation.
Yeah, it would start throwing sparks, and it would be, I'm sure it would be brutal. Yeah.
I like
Sarge
what Grim says over there for
Sarge,
you.
Now Sarge wants a link. I mean, this dude doesn't hardly comes on the show anymore. And he's like, oh, I want a link.
Hey, Midnight.
He totally blew off Gizzard and Snub show. I wouldn't bring him in here.
Oh, he blew off
what he's got planned.
Well, I'll definitely send him a link. If he's blowing off those crappy shows.
I'd definitely be sending him a link if he blew off the snob.
Yeah, he's blowing off those crappy shows. I'll send him a link. I like to keep my standards up. Very selective.
And people say I'm full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You realize Pickle's in here, right?
And the Orange Boy.
You shut your dirty ape mouth.
Did I just get in for like affirmative action or something? You had to have so many handicapped people.
Oh my god.
That's for.
No,
I'm not sure what your handicap is, but I think Ape and I think our handicap is somewhere between our ears.
Yeah, I think we've already exceeded our quota of the handicap in the mental formula.
Most people would say mine's my vision if you ask the government, but most people I know would, say it's the mental capacity.
With Pickle, it's his face.
With Orange Boy, it's his perception of where the wall is.
And my personality. Don't forget my sparkling personality, you son of a bitch.
Oh, there you go.
Well, if you won't keep inhaling all that wacky juice in your smoky pen.
Yeah, that's obnoxious. Just for you, let's return the camera on for a moment.
Oh, look! This son of a bitch. He's showing off the fact that they've still got sunlight out there.
He's still in daylight.
Yeah.
Guys a whole way across the world or something.
He's living in the past.
West Coast elitists hogging all that wonderful sunshine.
Probably over in Russia picking up that Mosin.
He's been driving all the way from Russia with quarter-aught steel wool, trying to sand all the dust off the rust and dust off that thing.
Nah, I don't think he's in Russia. I didn't see it. I didn't see like 3 or 4 cars crashing behind him.
Quick, turn your camera around so we can have the dash cam view.
There you go. So Pete out there just said, "Hey y'all, hate to ask, but trying to get some help for our dog's surgery." Pete, if you have here, I'll tell you what. I will make you a moderator here real quick. Pete, you're a moderator right now. So if you have a link or something, throw it out there, man. If you have a PayPal or a
GoFundMe,
if you're doing like a little GoFundMe type thing or something like that. If anybody has the ability to help Pete out, he got a sick pup. What's going on, Pete? I haven't heard about this actually. What's happening? Sarge, what's going on with you, buddy?
Nothing. Off today, and thought I'd stay up and join the closer.
Cool. I appreciate it. How's work been? How's it going down there?
It's interesting.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Still a little hairy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but we'll get through it.
Yeah, even are you guys near? I mean, I know you guys are, pretty rural, right?
Technically urban.
Oh, really? Okay. So
technically,
what do you guys have? I mean, are you guys seeing protests and stuff? Have you been seeing protests and stuff?
One county over, yes. Here, a little.
Yeah,
a little bit.
And what is there that they are protesting? Where are they protesting at? I guess I should say, what's the location? Like, is it?
They're protesting everything. They're protesting every. I mean, both. It's Black Lives Matter. It's it's anything that's of the past. I mean, they're protesting that the country is flawed from the start. You know, it just everything. But they're posting downtown Asheville quite a bit.
Yeah. So Pete threw a GoFundMe out there. Said his pup got a broken leg. So let's see what we can do, and let's see if we can get old Pupper's leg broken there. Oh, that's Joe. Oh, that poor little guy. What happened, man?
Hit by a car.
Oh, that's a bummer. Bet he won't do that again. But we can for sure try and help him out. Let's let's see here. I'm gonna take a break from here, and we're gonna let me see if that link.
Copy link.
Yep, we'll well, I'll have to do it later. I was gonna do it real quick, but I don't have the card that I would have to use for that. So I'll hit you up later, Pete. I'll get you something for the little guy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Don't worry about it. We'll get you. He says, thanks for sharing. I said, don't worry about it. We'll get you a little something for the little guy. We'll help him out. So yeah, hop over there. There's the link. Pete, don't be afraid to pop that link in there. Every time I notice you pop it in there, I'll mention it. We'll see what we can do for the little critter. And who do we have out there tonight?
How much is needed?
It's $2,200, he said.
And he's got, hold on here.
70, I think it said.
Yeah.
So we will.
But he only started it like 5 hours ago. So
Yeah. We'll get some more in there for you. Mystic Guns, Ape, Armament, Defense Dad, Pfeiffer's out there, Southpaw, Grimm's out there, Mr. Knives, what's happening, buddy? Gun Snob's out there. M. Gabriel, Armament and Axes, Weston Probst is out there.
Defense Dad.
Yesterday's Pomade.
Beautiful Love.
Jason Stewart. M. Gabriel, I think we said that. Dead Horse is out there. The whole gang's out there, man.
Sam of Anarchy.
Sam of Anarchy. I did pick up one or two subs today, too.
Meatball or turkey?
Roast beef.
Yeah, Snap's not in here. So
Moo's out there. Moo, you got a link, I think. If you're watching. R-Tac, how you doing, buddy? Moo might be up with it. Are you still up on vacation? You were up there with your old man, right? That was last week, I think. I don't know how long he was up there for. He might still be up there bumming it with his old man for his birthday. I think it was his old man's birthday.
Probably until the steaks and whiskey run out.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the bottle smash. Time to go home.
But you are home. Nah, you can have this dump. I'm going to your place.
Yeah, he said he's still up at his dad's cabin. This guy, he's living it. He's living the life up there, man. I'll tell you what.
That's true. Is it home where the whiskey bottle always stays full?
Yeah, that's why we have a very strict, if you're getting drunk, you need to go outside and take a leak. Just don't sit in your chair. We had an incident with somebody refilling a bottle once.
Oh, yeah. We don't need that.
No.
We don't need that happening for sure.
No. I mean, unless you're doing it to someone you either know really well or just really hate. I mean, yeah, it's kind of funny.
Honda gave $20. Honda, you got a link. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that, man. Good man.
Snob, I know that you can hear. I know that you know that you can hear us. That's what makes it funny.
So, I don't have a ton of stuff for tonight. I mean, there's not a whole truckload of stuff going on, it seems like. Lots of little stuff, but a lot of things have been covered. I did saw an interesting. I'm subscribed to Active Self Protection, but I've never been subscribed to his extra channel. And a video popped up, and it was with Masad Ayub. It was just a quick little interview with him, and it was pretty cool. So I'm not going to, play it or anything like that, but I will throw it in the chat here because it was so that's it right there. It's Active Self-Protection Extra with Masad Ayub. So it was a pretty interesting one because they were talking about something that comes up in chats every once in a while is, should you change, how light should your trigger be? Should you change function, certain things about your gun? John's Life, how you doing, buddy? And it was just, this guy's, Masad Ayub is one of the gurus, right? Of gun ownership and carrying and how to carry and what to do and blah, blah, blah. So, they talked about taking something that happens also too, not just triggers, is guys that take the safety off. And he even brought up the point of somebody that could, they were able to get say it was a shield with the safety. And I know CZ Beretta 92, and he was actually carrying at the time of doing his video a Beretta 92 by Langdon Tactical. I don't know which one it was. I can't remember. 92X maybe. And he talked about people that take the safety off and turn it into a decocker and stuff like that. Has Masad Ayub ever been in a gunfight? I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate.
Him and Jim Costa. I think it was him and Jim Costa used to do the stakeout squad on the NYPD back in the 70s, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But don't quote me on that.
So he was just saying how he doesn't feel it's a good idea. He brought up court. People being able to, prosecutor being able to use that in court. He was talking about trigger, having a really light trigger, something less than factory spec, basically, keeping it within the recommended factory specs. And if you do if a trigger job is done, he would, recommend actually having somebody do it, like Langdon or one of the other guys. They threw out some names out there, guys that are known for doing that kind of stuff. They threw out a name that I'd never heard before, and it was a dude that's famous for doing SIGs. And I just thought it was an interesting little interview, whether you subscribe to the theories or not. Just because he is who he is doesn't mean he's right, I guess. It's just, again, it's just his opinion, but it's an opinion of somebody that's pretty well respected. So maybe check that out. That was a pretty interesting little interview. They also, they brought up aftermarket add-ons and, mentioned the case with, was it Daniel Shaver and the dust cover of the AR of the cop that shot him, said, you're fucked.
Yeah, that was ridiculous that he did that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, he said, it was just, it's crazy that, he didn't get very far into that. It wasn't a video very in depth in a lot of these things, but he also talked about, insurance companies being more prone or how they're going to pay or when they're going to pay. And they talked about accidental shootings, and how homeowners insurance and car insurance are generally written that accidents, they won't pay if it's not an accident. So there's some weird things, if people try and say, oh, it wasn't an accidental shooting. Well, then the homeowner's insurance or the car insurance won't pay anyway. So you're trying to get blood from a stone if the shooter, the person that shot is broke. You know what I mean? If you're, for civil liability or something like that, if somebody comes after you civilly and you're broke, and then they find out that they can't go after the insurance companies, that your home insurance or your car insurance or something, if it was road rage or not road rage, but dealt the car. It was just a really interesting video. So, take a look at that. Throw it out there again, bookmark it, go there, bookmark it, watch it later. I thought it was really interesting. And so I subscribed to his channel, and the reason I got over to his channel first off, other than this one, was he did an interview with Jillian and Eric Wustenberg, the Chipotle couple up in Michigan. So it was John, Korea. They were, on a video chat, and it was Jillian and her husband Eric with two lawyers. They actually each had their own lawyer. And they did an interview, and it was pretty interesting. And for the most part, I don't think there was anything that really was out of the ordinary. As far as things that we talked about, we had a great conversation about it last week. But one of the things that I wanted to bring up, and I kind of brought it up, it kind of goes along with something I said last week. I was talking about how I bumped into a guy at the grocery store that day, or the day that I heard about all this stuff. It just so happened to be that day or the next day or whatever. And bumped into the guy, and just sort of in passing was like, "Oh, sorry, bud." And I kept going, which is just how I am. I mean, there's a lot of people bump into people and keep walking, which I think is bullshit. I think is, polite society. You kind of say, "Excuse me," or you apologize. And what's funny is, they were going through the whole situation, and he said, "Okay, well, how did it all come about?" And she said there was only one door to go in and out of the Chipotle. So there's two doors, but only, one was locked and one wasn't, I guess. She said there was only one operable door. So when she came out of the Chipotle, the girl, the 15-year-old girl, was walking in, and Jillian said she had her bags in her hand. And when she came out, the bag bumped into something. She didn't know whether it was the door or the person, or, the girl that she bumped the bag into. So she kept walking. And then when she got more towards the car, she said she turned around to look and see if she had bumped into the door or if she had bumped into the person, and if the person had maybe acknowledged it or something like that. So by that time, when she turned around to look and see, the 15-year-old girl was walking at her and was already, I guess, confronting her or whatever. And this is from the Jillian woman's mouth. She said, I didn't know if she bumped into the door. She didn't. She looked back when she got to the car. She looked towards the car. She looked back and she said, "That's when it all started. I immediately put my hand up and said, 'Just walk away. Just walk away.'" So now I'm not trying to justify anything by the mom and the daughter. I think I'm not trying to backtrack on anything, but also too, I think it sounds like this Jillian lady might have been kind of snippy too. So not that justifies anything that happened, but I think it's like, as you hear these things, it's kind of nice to, put them out there and say, what you've learned. But it's kind of weird. I think let's do a little public service announcement and say, you bump into somebody, why don't you immediately say, oh, sorry. C4 Defense, he said, why do they lock one door? It could have been an accident. That happens sometimes. They could be doing it because I know there's been a lot of places since the coronavirus thing's been going on. Sometimes they'll have, instead of having both like an entrance to be indoor and out, they'll just be, that's the way you're supposed to go in and then go out a different door. You know what I mean? Grocery stores were doing that for a long time, where you go in one entrance and go out the other, so people aren't passing each other. But there are times at the restaurant, like it happens to us, where we have the door. You've been in our place. There's the two doors out front. They lock, the one locks, it can lock itself, and then the other one locks to that one. So there are times where the staff will come in and just unlock one of them, and they'll forget to flip the switches on the other door, and that one remains locked. So it could have been something like that. It could have been on purpose, or it could have been by accident. Who knows? So I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. So that's a good one to watch. He was I didn't know he was a 14-year Air Force vet. He's a disabled vet. He was carrying too, which we speculated. And the university he works for, he was a coordinator for veteran support services. So he actually helped vets, people that were veterans. He helped them and their spouses or their relatives, their children, to apply and become students at that school. So he had kind of a neat job. And she is she's a social worker. She she carries all the time. She says, sometimes on body, sometimes in purse, because she works in some rough places doing she's a social worker or whatever. And she was carrying a Hellcat. That's what it was. I couldn't figure out what the hell that thing was. I didn't know if it was. I thought it was a Glock. Then I thought maybe it was a SIG. Then it was actually a Springfield Hellcat. So that's not that necessarily is going to spike any conversation. I just thought it was interesting to bring up. And I will share that also.
So what it sounds like here is the lady walking out with the bags just is rude, because my thought is, if somebody's holding the door there for me or something like that, hey, thank you, excuse me, things like that, just being courteous in the first place. But if you think you bumped something, oh, sorry, whether it's a door or not, then fine, you ended up talking to a door and they're looking at you like, what are you saying sorry for? Big whoop. But just
yeah, I kind of agree a little bit. I feel like you've got a lot of tension right now, right? And I feel I don't know. She knew she was walking past this girl, and she banged the bag on something. She's like, I didn't know if it was the girl or the door. But I mean, yeah, I would think a normal, average, polite person would look and be like, oh, I'm sorry. I know I would. I've done it a million times, right? So,
yep.
Was this woman? Was she in a hurry? She banged the bag into the girl. She started, and then the girl thought, "Oh, this lady's just going to bang into me and keep going." And she was, kind of a 15-year-old kid, right? And 15-year-old kids can be real a-holes too. And this 15-year-old kid thought, "I'm not going to let this one go." And she's started yelling at her. And then, the next thing you know, we got this whole worldwide incident, possibly because somebody didn't say, "Excuse me," or
It's so easy to be nice.
It really is.
It's so easy.
Or someone just couldn't, or someone just wasn't big enough to realize, hey, asshole, and just keep walking.
Right.
It doesn't even matter if you're wrong.
No.
Excuse me.
No, I'm simply saying that there are multiple.
Just like if you have to walk in front
Are you
of
really
someone.
thinking that the person...
Echo.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, it's Squib.
Why should you expect an apology? An apology is a polite thing to do. It's a courteous thing to do. But if you're expecting it every single time, who's the bigger asshole?
True.
Oh,
I totally agree too. And
You're
if
right as well.
if somebody bumps into me, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't see the interview with them, but I know that one side of that altercation started filming immediately.
Right.
So why are we discounting that she was already walking out and the other person may have been trying to get in while she was in the doorway?
No.
Did she say that the other people held the door for her?
She didn't. They didn't. I don't know how many minutes. I don't know how long went by from the point where she bumped into the girl until she started filming. It wasn't immediate. It was because I don't know. I'm not gonna try and say how long it was, and and I do think that the mom and the daughter, we talked about this last week, escalated the shit out of things because they wanted to prove some kind of point. They wanted to be some kind of martyrs, and they wanted to be some kind of heroes, and they wanted to get Karen and stake her to the cross. I totally agree with that, but sort of what you guys are saying too is, why did it get there? And I'm not saying that any of it was justified, and I'm not even saying that she shouldn't have pulled her gun. I'm not even getting into that. I'm just saying, like, hey, you bumped into somebody, say you're sorry, and on the other side of it, somebody bumps into you.
Shit happens.
Bumps into you. Shit happens, right? I was going to say, shit happens. It's like,
did they knock you to the ground? Did they poke your eye out?
I'm just going off the fact that she says that she turned to them and put her hand out and said, walk away. So I'm guessing that before anything started filming and she told them to walk away, that they were already at level 10.
I believe you. I do.
That's a good possibility.
That's probably correct. And that's where, it's a little bit he said, she said for us still, even after hearing this, is what the hell happened is when she bumped into that girl turned to her and started chewing her out immediately. And this Jillian was just like, yeah, walk away. I don't want none of you. I don't want none of that. And then it just, the whole thing goes up in flames. Dead Horse says, in order to understand mankind, we have to look at the word itself. Basically, it's made up of two separate words, mank and end. What do these words mean? It's a mystery, and so is mankind. Okay. Mank end? Okay.
Well, I think "end" is just short for industry. I'm still trying to figure out what mank is.
Yeah,
that's like a small fur-bearing rodent, isn't it? Mank.
Mank.
Is mank industry just where they make these shitty people?
No, Mank Industry is where they make the tiny fur-bearing rodents, and then they make coats out of them. That's the Mank Industry. Or maybe I've been hanging out with Snob too long, and it's not actually Mank.
It's right beside Vandalay Industries. They import and export.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's another one that's it was definitely a good watch. It was something good to listen to hear their side of it. So I would definitely click that, listen to it when you're in a car or something like that. That was pretty cool. I don't know. I don't really have any answers other than I think it's kind of crazy. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. If somebody were to bump into me, then I don't get an apology or anything. Fine. I go in, I bitch to my family, we sit down, we don't let it ruin our day.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Now it would be funny. It'd be funny to, if it wasn't her, if it was him, I wonder how it would have happened if it wasn't Jillian, if it was the husband, that's what Pickle had been talking about all night. Mank fur. All right. Let's see.
I want to be my latex salesman.
This one's pretty awesome. Yeah, who bumped who? Yeah. This one's pretty cool. This one was floating around. You guys see it here?
Where the guy kind of catches the.
I don't know, man. He caught that kid. This was pretty awesome.
Well, when I saw it on the Instagram crackers, it almost looked like I don't know whether he like slipped through him or whether it was just the fact that, that's a fairly large size kid. If he oh, I got him. Oh shit, no, I don't. And he kind of like slipped between his, or just kind of, he wasn't braced enough to where he actually caught him.
Well, I think it's, it's definitely, I think it's a lot more force than you think,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Almost.
Hey, he slowed the kid down quite a bit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
We'll give
that other dude didn't have a chance.
Probably a fair catch in NFL, so I think we're good.
Well, he is out in Arizona. The dude's a retired Marine and was a football player. I don't think he was. Did he play college? I can't remember if he played college ball.
Former high school football player.
Oh yeah, high school. Yeah, but it was just pretty awesome to see. Now, unfortunately, the mom did die. She didn't make it. She didn't get out. But it's crazy to see. And he's just walking away. It's so scary.
Like, oh, my kid now.
Finders keepers. Is that what you're calling finders keepers on that?
Nah. I'm just being my regular asshole self.
I think what happened is he thinks the kid bumped him, and since the mother didn't say thanks or sorry or anything, he's like, "Well, my."
Yeah. Let's see here. I had another one. This one was brutal. God damn! Did you see this one where the dude punches the kid?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah!
Holy shit, man! So the kid's 12 years old at the time. Well, he was 12 years old now. He might be 13 now, I think.
Well, this only happened, a couple days ago?
No, a week or two ago, I think. Maybe it was a week ago. Yeah, I guess it was only about a week ago. That's right. I was thinking it was like a month or two ago, but I think it was a week. You're right. So this kid's part of like a dance team or a dance group, and that's his dance teacher and another kid from the group. And they go out to like outside of local businesses in the evening, restaurants and businesses and stuff. And they dance. They play music, and it's just like practice. It's just like it's good practice for them, and whatever. And so they're doing that, and they're out there. There's music playing. You can't hear it now because I'm screen sharing it. You won't be able to hear it, but they're just out there, just kind of minding their own business. Kids have, they're doing their thing. Car just randomly pulls up. Dude gets out, starts dancing behind him a little bit, and then blasts this kid in the face. And
then runs away like a little bitch.
And then takes off.
Well, clearly they were starting a mosh pit, and
yeah.
Well, clearly what was happening here is that horrible white boy was culturally appropriating
right
their way of life.
So poor kid did have a concussion. Obviously, he got laid out pretty good. He took it like a champ, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
that's a tough kid. That's the first thing I thought. I was like, man, that's a tough kid, man, because he took a blast in the side of the head and he can go out. But the dude is charged with felony attack and felony assault, child endangerment, all sorts of stuff.
Oh, they found out who he was?
Yeah.
What's that?
They found out who it was?
Yep, he turned himself in. His name's 27-year-old Cedric Charles Moore Jr. He was already out on parole for something. I can't remember what it was. And the only reason I mean, it's kind of crazy. I don't. The main reason I want to talk about it is because there's on Instagram. If you look under the comments of stuff, people are like, "Oh, this is a hate crime. They should charge this as a hate crime. They should charge this as a hate crime." It's bullshit that they're not. But what they charged him with is got a penalty that's worse than if it was a hate crime. So that's actually why they charged him with what they charged him with, which is pretty interesting.
What did they charge him with? Aggravated assault, or
it was child endangerment, aggravated assault on a minor. Like there's a couple of things. Worse than if it was. It's apparently whatever it was. It carries a longer sentence when he gets convicted, which he will get convicted. I mean, I don't. I mean, this is. I mean, whatever they're going for, this guy's probably going to get it unless they do some sort of plea bargain or something. But
it's like, hey, man, you're out on parole. You're already looking at some very serious time. So blah, 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 blah. 5 years off.
But see, what's going through that guy's mind? That guy wonders why life is so tough, why he's a victim of the system and all that. When he made that person stop the car so he could get out and randomly assault some kid. And I certainly hope he doesn't blame anyone but himself and maybe his parents, whoever raised him.
Well, here's what I'm kind of wondering is what's his past like? Is he somebody that's been in and out of the system constantly, or was he just made one bad mistake?
Probably is.
Because
based on that behavior.
Well, a lot of those guys, they don't know any life, outside of the system, so they grow accustomed to it, and a lot of them, when they get out, they just want to go back because they like the routine
Stability,
and things
structure.
like that. Yeah, the structure. Thank you. Let's say it's odd, but some guys they want to go back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts, man. I just feel. I mean, that kid's. I feel bad for that little dude.
Well, he's got an interesting story. Or if he ever has kids, he can say, "Hey, I was once hit by a guy who was twice my size, and he didn't lay me out. So whatever you're going to do to me ain't going to do anything." Or it's just like, "Oh, well, that was interesting."
Budget was talking about this, and this is the Seattle ice cream place that
moron of the week.
Yeah, is that the one that won?
I voted for him.
Yeah. Molly Moon's gun-free zone. Please do not come in here if you are wearing a firearm. So this goes for everybody, cops, people
So
alike.
you're not wearing it; you're carrying it.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, plus they said please, so I mean, I'm just not going to be thanked when I go in there, right?
I'm sorry, he broke up there a little bit. What'd you say?
Well, they said please don't come in here if you're doing this. So just because I am just means they're not going to thank me when I go in, right?
Right. Yeah. Just don't bump into anybody. So yeah, it's a very interesting thing. I can't really wrap my head around it. I guess it's hard for me to put myself in somebody's spot that hates. I mean, it's hard for me to put myself in somebody's spot that hates guns that much or doesn't want them around. You know what I mean? I really can't. Really, it's hard to imagine what that's like. But
I doubt it's the guns, judging by what was written in red.
Yeah, it's definitely a big part of it, I guess.
Yeah, it's not about guns.
But now think about this, though. Think about this. This could be used alternatively. Okay, so you simply put a sign in your front door, your front window, and even if you're a cop, you can't come in because you've got a gun. So if you've got a drug house, just put one of these on your front door. They'll never bust you. I mean, it's that simple. And yeah, then they said, please.
Problem solved.
I mean, probably a stupid thought, But who here thinks that what they, I want to assume it's a she, just because it's Molly, has up there is probably just a template that they already printed off and went, oh, hey, I can add this one extra word on here and be woke and maybe increase my business.
Hey, Sarge, you go to a call and you show up at the address and you get to the front door and there's a sign that says, if you're wearing a gun, please don't enter. And you look over at your partner and go, well, I guess that solves that. And you get back in the cruiser.
Yep. We're done.
That was easy.
Wow, that was super easy.
Yeah.
They tried to do that with us at the ER one time. They said we couldn't come to the ER to assist without locking our guns up. The sheriff said, those guns come with the uniform, so you get all of it or none of it. He just told them that plain.
Yeah, it's crazy because you wonder, who are they pandering to? Are they worried about, is part of it that they were worried about people up there destroying their business if they didn't try and put this out there or not? I mean, I don't know.
Well, if you scroll down, didn't it say this is in an area? All right, check the store's proximity to the former. Okay, how close of a proximity? There's a flood of police officers in the neighborhood, and they were intimidating and causing some of my black and brown employees, wow, that's okay, to feel unsafe. Okay. Policy.
Somebody should get a hold of Yankee and see how far that is from where he got his head slapped.
No, he didn't get his butt. They didn't touch his butt. They touched his hand.
No, they slapped him upside the head.
Oh, yeah. He took one right to the noggin.
Blah, 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 blah.
Well, that Scott P79 it's kind of what I was wondering too myself. Or the ice cream shop is doing this because they don't want to get destroyed by Antifa for supporting cops. I mean, that could be part of it. I mean, and I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody will know. You could ask them, but who knows what they would even say. If that's, are you doing this so that somebody doesn't come and destroy your place, or are you doing it because you're really because of this, because you feel like
or because it's a popular thing to do now?
No ice cream for you, cops. Molly Moon.
Well, now, how do you know that they're just not looking out for the best interest of maybe some of the officers who've sat a little too long at the desk? It's like, no, you're fat. No ice cream. Go out and run.
That's where, maybe it was, someone, in the apple fritter industry that was, pressuring this ice cream place.
That's true.
Like, hey, you're cutting into our business. You cost us 0.3% over the last year. Do this, we're buying you out.
This is nothing more than virtue signaling on the part of Molly Moons, and while I suspect the new sign will be praised by anti-police activists in Seattle, it might do nothing much to spare the shop the next time rioting and looting breaks out. Yeah, I don't think they're going to skip over that place.
No, I mean, you saw...
They're going to be like, well, hell, let's break in here and have some ice cream. Shit.
Well, they were, local news was going over some of the stuff that when the shit was happening up in Minneapolis of people spray painting black owned or whatever on the boards and that, and then still breaking the boards up and using them as kindling to set shit on fire.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't help.
No.
We talked about CHOP and we talked about active self-protection. Yankee would be pissed if he was watching this show.
I don't know. We should send him a link. I mean, he's home alone.
Just talk about Johnny B and Mr. Guns and Gear and he'll go crazy.
Yeah. Well, I don't really. I mean, I stayed out of
that particular cesspool.
Yeah, I didn't want nothing. I mean, I don't know, man. He's
a grown ass man.
He can do what he wants. I did send. I'll be honest. I did send Yankee a little message on Instagram, like a direct message on Instagram, and he didn't read it or didn't care to.
He actually reads like messages.
I don't know. I didn't like the fact that what he did with that Henry thing he put up on Instagram. I didn't like that at all.
What'd he do?
What'd he do?
he put a picture. Henry did some more guns for a kid with cancer, just like they had done like back in January or whatever. Apparently, they did it again.
There was like a little boy and a little girl last year.
Yeah, he did. They did it again for a kid named Ethan, little boy that has cancer. I can't remember. And he did this post, and it had the little kid's picture, and it said, Henry is doing this fundraiser, yeah, for this kid, and all the proceeds go there for Ethan. And Yankee had said, that's great, and I think my next gun purchase might have to be a Henry or something like that. I think that's what he said. And at the bottom, he put a P.S. and it said, P.S. I did not receive any merchandise from Henry to do this or something. And I was like, I thought that was really shitty. I'll be honest. Like, I saw that and I thought, you know what, man, you can. I don't think it's right to hijack Henry's charity to this kid and hijack that to get a jab at somebody. I didn't think that was right at all. I thought that was kind of low. I thought that was out of line, and I didn't think it was right. And I told him. I said I was disappointing, and I'm I don't know whether he gives a shit what I think or not, but I don't know. I just thought that was all the shit going on. I'm like, whatever. You guys want to be assholes. You guys want to whatever. You guys are grown men. Whether it looks good or looks bad, I mean, whatever. I'm going to stay out of it. But you commandeered a charity for a kid with cancer and used it to attack somebody, and I thought that was really shitty. So, Jorge, you got a link if you want it, Holmes. So, since Yankee doesn't know who I am, he's not going to give a shit. But there you go. That's my opinion. Not cancel culture. I'm not saying you shouldn't follow him. I'm not saying you shouldn't support him. I'm not whatever. I just think it was shitty. Let's see what else we got up here. Oh, here's one.
Bazarkian makes a good point out there. Apple fritters do go with ice cream
today. Hello, Fusarkian. How you doing?
Yeah.
Apple fritters do go with ice cream. That's pretty awesome. I actually saw somewhere one time we went, I think it was down to Delaware or something. They had like an apple fritter, an apple donut or something. They called it like an apple donut ice cream or something. It was like it was an ice cream with chunks of like apples and donuts and stuff in it and cinnamon. It was fucking slamming looking. I didn't get it. I got something else. But Fine Ape, there's GoFundMe for Guitar Man Pete's pup out there. You hit that link, go to the GoFundMe. If you guys can throw in a couple of bucks, it'd be super awesome.
Yep. Matter of fact, I think let me go back here and hit refresh.
Little guy's got a broken leg. Let's see if we can help him out. Yeah.
Well, since this chat has started, he has gone from what was it like $50?
It was
$70. We have raised over $300 since then.
Oh wow!
Can't beat that.
No,
can't beat that. Keep throwing it out there every once in a while.
12 donors, 3 shares. The running total is $384 out of a $2,200 goal. So
sweet.
Everybody keep it up.
I will honestly say, okay, I will say that upwards of 5% of that actually go towards the dog surgery. The rest of it comes to me, but 5%, that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Midnight, you weren't supposed to tell you got those backwards.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shit. Okay.
It wasn't 5%, it was 0.5%. You got your decimal points mixed up again.
I'm not good at mathing things. Sorry.
I know. That's why you failed so horribly at making that Monte Cristo, because it required math for, I got to carry the one here to tie the bread together. Then I got to divide by the square root of pi.
Not enough egg, too much dipping. Ugh, it is what it is. So, sorry, I don't know if you saw this one. They Cosine Arms put on Instagram that they now have a YouTube channel.
Oh, really?
So, if you guys, so if you go under their playlist, they have our videos up there. Your video, my video, Carolina EDC has a video under there, some under the playlist there. And under home, they have their videos. I'm sorry. They have a couple of their own uploads, not a whole lot. I texted Greg today and, cause I was having a hard time finding it. Like I was searching for it on YouTube and it wasn't popping up. So, I actually had to look for a video and then scroll down and click the video and backtrack. And he said it's probably because they only have a few subscribers. It's not popping up. So
it's like, if you just type in Cosine Arms in YouTube and first thing that pops up is C4.
Right.
Next to our Midnight videos and Carolina EDC, then a playlist, then Cosine Arms.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another Midnight and then
they're the fourth one down.
Yeah, but not there. Normally you go and it'll show for me anyway, when I looked it up, it wasn't showing their logo so that I could go straight to their channel. It was just showing videos. Yeah. So if anybody out there is interested, I'd love to see you guys, some people subscribe to it. Get their subscriber count up a little bit. So when people search for it, it doesn't just show the videos. It actually shows it shows their logo and stuff like that. And he's also going to be putting up, they have to try and put he still has to put up the time he was on the closer. He wants to put that under the playlist too. But for now, he's just got some of the other stuff. But I just wanted to say that if anybody wanted to go subscribe, that would be awesome. Guitar Pete says, I'm going to find something to give to those who help. It may be a minute, but I will become. Don't worry about it, man. That's not what it's about.
No, Pete. No bad, no.
Don't worry about it, man. Do a little thank you video or something. You don't need to do anything more than that. No big deal.
Rub the puppy belly. There you
go. Belly. Yeah, do it there. Here you go. Do a little video with his little cast on, getting a good fat belly rub. That's what you need. That's all you got to do. So check out Cosine. That's really cool. It's a cool little channel there. I'm sure they'll be throwing up some neat stuff as they do some more. I'm hitting them up pretty hard to come up here and do a demo day. He wants to come up. He's just trying to get. He's actually talking with one of the local ranges up here to try and get a demo day. I'm trying to get him and Tony from Simon Says Train from 2A for E to do a collaboration. That would be freaking super cool. Tony's a cool dude too.
Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, G's still got about a week or so left on the 2020 patch.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long it is. A little over a week.
Because I know
or something.
Yeah, because I kind of found out by listening to Liberty Doll's chat on Friday.
Subway. Thanks, Giz. I had that link and I copied it and never put it in the chat. I got it saved. So that's Cosine's YouTube channel there. Go check them out or go give them a sub, man. I'd appreciate it. Subway's new open carry policy is not a ban despite anti-gun claims. And yeah, I'm glad I found this because I have been seeing both anti-gun people praising it and pro-gun people, being pissed off about it. And they're saying it's a ban. And it's not, but I mean, I'm not saying it's pro-gun by any means, but just nice to get the information out there. Gun control advocates are still out. Self-congratulatory press releases are still, or I think I'm supposed to say sending out self-congratulatory press releases and tweets patting themselves on the back for getting fast food chain Subway to do something about open carrying of firearms in the company's restaurants. But as it turns out, rumors of an outright ban on open carry haven't come to pass. Instead, a couple of months after several Second Amendment activists openly carrying in a Raleigh Subway store became fodder for national news media and anti-gun activists, the chain has revised its policy and is respectfully requesting customers to conceal their firearms if they're eating while armed. Many news outlets originally reported that the chain had banned the practice, but apparently that information from Raleigh, Apex, NAACP wasn't correct. The WRAL TV in Raleigh has been one of the few media outlets to acknowledge that the company's new policy doesn't amount to a ban. Subway restaurants will ask customers to refrain from open carry of weapons at all restaurants, even in states where open carry is allowed. The announcement came the same day a Subway store in Fayette Street celebrated its grand reopening. The store was destroyed in late May when George Floyd protests decided they were going to wreck it. Store owner Rashid Salahat and Raleigh Police Chief Cassandra Deck Brown were in attendance along with NAACP and the Islamic Association. The groups talked about how the community came together to clean up the restaurant, and the more than sorry, I lost my place here. Skip down.
Words are hard.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it skipped down more than I. Groups talked about how the community came together to clean up the restaurant, and more than 175 of their businesses were vandalized in Raleigh. Owners thanked volunteers that cleaned up a store and offered to feed everyone who attended the event for free. We can make the money later, he said. I'm just overwhelmed with the support I get from our community. $80,000 worth of damages had been done in May. Broke windows, stole a TV, vandalized a restaurant. It's important to note that the Second Amendment activists had nothing to do with the damage done to the store. In fact, their lunch stop happened several weeks before the rioters in Raleigh trashed dozens of businesses in late May. Had there been a few individuals exercising their right to keep and bear arms at the sandwich shop, it likely wouldn't have been trashed to begin with. Gun control groups and anti-gun politicians have been pushing for Subway to ban open carry ever since the gun owners dubbed Meal Team 6 by some online wags dined in back in early May. Midnight Range, what? They didn't mention my name, right? Fayetteville Street? I don't know. Seven Wonders, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Seven Wonders, take your head out of a plastic bag.
Yeah. How many masks do you have on? You're not getting enough oxygen. So we think, it's not, it's not awesome news because they are still, asking people to conceal, and that does show some shame of firearms, I suppose. Asking people to conceal, having the ability to open carry and to be around people that are open carrying is good. If you're around somebody that's open carrying and, you just see that they're a normal person grabbing lunch, having a good time with their family maybe or friends or work, with work, that's good. It gives some normalcy to open carrying, gives normalcy to guns. So it's a shame to see them ask for people to not open carry. But some of the things that the store owner did say, it's good that they put it in there, like, hey, if there had been some people here to protect my business, maybe my business wouldn't have gotten trashed in the first place. And, the policy is not to not carry. It's that we're asking you please to conceal carry. So I don't know. It's a little back and forth, I guess. What do you guys think?
If they think it negatively, if it makes the other customers uncomfortable, they don't come in. Hey, maybe it's okay. I'm still going to conceal carry, so I'm not going to worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a, just trying to avoid people having people freak out. We just ask for you to make it so, those who aren't comfortable around them just don't know they're there.
Yeah, it sounds more like a courtesy thing than anything else.
I think. I mean, I'm gonna stick by what I originally said. I think it's. I don't necessarily. I outside waistband carry. I do carry a shirt over top of it, so technically I am concealing, but I don't necessarily try all that damn hard to be concealed anymore. If somebody sees it, or the barrel pokes out a little bit, or the bottom of the holster pokes out, or something like that, I don't freak out over it anymore. I just kind of let it be. I wish that they didn't have this policy. Let's say that. I wish that they would say, "Hey, it is what it is. It's legal. Let's let it ride." But I mean, it could be worse, I guess. But that's isn't that part of it? It's not great because they don't want you to open carry. I mean, that's a bummer. I wish they would. What's going on, George? How you doing? You here or you not? You getting on? Ooh. I don't know that we have sound from you.
The sound.
And the average person is oblivious to whether you're carrying or not. C4 says, yeah, absolutely. Even people that do open carry.
And smartphones have made that a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, people see something black on your hip, and they're just like, it just kind of they don't even draw attention to it hardly anymore. We got the pup fund out there again. Fine threw it out there for Pete's pup. Pete says, y'all have no idea what you've done. What you've done means to us. We thought for sure Joe was going to lose his leg. Now I think we may be able to save it. If I'm okay if I go broke. Hey, Pete, something else too, buddy. Take a look into ask your vet if they do credit. There are some. I think there's some companies out there that do like pet credit cards, like health credit cards. It's basically like a credit card. Yeah, it's like there's care credit that you can get for people. But I think there's like a pet credit or something like that you can actually get, and you can finance it. And, you might, you said the bill was $2,200. Maybe it would cost you $2,300 or something like that, or $2,400, but you get a year to pay it or something like that. So take a look at that. You never know. It might help you out too. Even if it takes the sting out of the bill, you know what I mean? In Texas, I can open carry a rifle even where the sign says you can't open carry a handgun. Yeah, other states. I know there's quite a few states like that, I think. I just got a text. Patriot sent me an email. Matthias says care credit works for pets too. Okay, then maybe that's why I was thinking of care credit. I was thinking of care credit, and I was like, So that's awesome. Take a look at that, Pete, because I mean, maybe you guys won't have to come up with it all at once. If we can get you a couple $100 towards it.
Yep.
He said he doesn't qualify.
Okay. Well, it was a thought.
Oh, man, we'll keep working on it.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, let's see. Yeah, about the same.
So Patriot sent me an email. He said, I got a question and thoughts. You might want to kick it around the panel and ask Sarge. Ask Sarge's opinion. He said, yes, you read that. Yeah. If someone physically breaks something to enter private property, is that considered breaking and entering? Now, if they also have a weapon, is that now considered a felony or something? The reason I ask is the couple in St. Louis, would it be brandishing a firearm charge if the peaceful protesters were armed while breaking and entering? If someone physically breaks something to enter, so breaking and entering does breaking and entering? You don't even have to break something for it to be breaking and entering, right? Just entering somebody's home.
You break the plane.
Right.
The
Like
plane.
you could just walk in an open door or something, right?
Yes.
Or walk in.
Yeah, but if the door is unlocked, it's one more or one less thing that's in your favor.
Yeah.
That's for. Does that have to be like on a building itself, or would the the outer perimeter of like a gated community, would that be qualify for for the breaking and entering for that? That's my my understanding is have to be like an individual building.
You can't break and you have to break and enter into a structure.
Otherwise, just trespass.
Yeah, that would be in this state that would be considered first degree trespass because there was a fence that they went through to be on the property. There was a fence keeping them out. If it was just a sign and they walked on there, that'd be second degree. But like I said, I'm speaking for North Carolina, not for. I guess that was St. Louis, Missouri, is where that was. So but I would think it would be similar.
And so, at what point, like, because I know there's different charges if you're in possession of a firearm while committing a crime. Does that Patriots out there now? He says, wasn't the gated community private property? The gate would be the point of entry. I guess that's what he's saying is it's different if it's actually a structure.
It'd be trespassing,
and then once you get into a structure, then it would be breaking and entering or whatever.
Yeah.
So
if it was after dark and it was occupied, it'd be burglary. There's all kinds of different things.
So anytime does that with possession of a firearm thing, can they tag that on to any crime, or does it have to be like a higher level crime?
It depends on what was happening. Were they threatening them? Like the homeowners said they were. They said they're going to kill them and burn the house. Was that happening? I'm sure the being armed would add to it. Definitely be an aggravating factor for sure. But, it just, you can't break and enter into a yard. So that was first degree trespass. As far as the brandishing, I don't know, because you can use force to expel a trespasser. You can't use deadly force,
right?
But you could use force. And is the threat of deadly force legal? I don't know. I mean,
yeah. And I was listening to something the other. It might have been an.
And 100 out in their yard. So were the guns unreasonable? I don't think so. My opinion was it's not unreasonable at all. I think anyone here, if that happened to them, they would have done the same thing or probably worse.
Part of what we talked about on Budget Show tonight, my thing was they're outnumbered 100 to 1. We don't know if they can necessarily make an escape. Let's say they tried to run out the back door. What if there were people out there? What if they saw them and chased them? What if they, at a certain point, they have to make a decision. Is it better to stand here and fight, or is it better to run? And at that point, they made the decision to stand there and fight. But he didn't come out with a gun and start pointing it at him. He came out and said, "This is private property. Get out of here."
I think they're 100% correct.
And at some point, somebody pulled a magazine out of a handgun, and he said, "This is for you when we come back." And so he's showing them a loaded magazine out of a handgun. And at that point, I'm going to say, you've got reason to fear for your life. I don't know the layout. If there was an alternate avenue of escape or 2 or 3 that they could have taken,
they don't have to escape. Their home is their castle. They don't have to escape. They don't have to retreat.
Then it sounds like they're just getting railroaded by anti-gun politicians.
That's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I think.
If you're being confronted by an angry, large mob, and some of them are visibly armed, don't you think that brandishing the weapon, maybe not as your first option, but as one of your options, is a way you could escalate it or de-escalate? It could go either way with it.
It's already escalated. It's already escalated at that point.
Does Missouri have a castle doctrine?
I
Well, it's
would
midnight.
do this, but I would think every state does by this point.
All right. Sorry.
My thing is, if they considered the angry mob a big enough threat that they, based on what the mob was saying or doing or posturing or whatever, that they were going to come into that house either before they went to the mayor's house or after they went to the mayor's house, if they're showing them the guns to go, if you come in here, we've got a way to deal with you. For me, in some ways, that could de-escalate it because they might the mob might be going, maybe we don't want to go into this house. On the
Just
other
giving
hand,
them all.
it could also escalate it because they go, oh, you want to fight? Let's, that's stupid. But I mean, it was stupid to break in the gate and stuff. So
You're just giving them all the information that they need to make a competent decision.
So before I got booted out there, my question was: some people will say they should have stayed. They were good out on the lawn where they were. Some people are saying that they should have. Some people will say they should have went outside with the guns, let people know that they're armed, gone back in the house and waited. And other people will say they should have gone up to like a balcony or something like that to have a high vantage point. I'm really a little. I mean, I'm literally asking here what you guys think, because I feel like if they would go up on a balcony, and people would come up and start, vandalizing the house, if they would shoot down at them from that balcony, doesn't that look? I mean, I don't know legally, but visually, or the optics of that look horrible, right? I mean,
it looks horrible either way.
Well, they have no right to. I mean, what are they trying to? If they're trying to burn the house down, that's a deadly force scenario.
True. Yep.
No matter what, everyone overstepped their bounds by going over there and into these people's yards. I think these people took the appropriate measures to get them to leave, and now, like you said, they're getting railroaded.
Mm-hmm.
Here in Lansing, when they protested the governor in front of her mansion, they stood on the public sidewalk with guns. They never stepped foot on her lawn. They weren't blocking the street or anything. They were legally in the right because you can open carry in Michigan, and they had the right to be on that public sidewalk. They didn't point the guns at her house or anything. She said she was scared in there, but they made sure that they stayed within the law. Some people might say it looked bad. Some people might say, no, maybe it needs to send a message to her. But the most important thing for me was that they didn't violate the law when they did that. Because at that point, they make all of us in Michigan look bad. So there's a way to do it and there's not a way to do it. If the mayor's living in a gated community and it's private property and you want to protest in front of the mayor's house, that ain't going to work. You're going to be breaking the law to do it. The best way to do it would be protest in front of the mayor's office.
Mm-hmm.
If the mayor's not in, then do it on a day the mayor's in.
Okay, but here's the question. In Missouri, what is a trespass as far as a level of crime? Because I can only speak for here in Minnesota. Unless I am asked to leave, refuse, the police come, and I refuse after the police tell me to get the hell off of the property, it's nothing. If I refuse, it's a petty misdemeanor and a maximum of a $25 fine. So, I don't know.
Well, here it's an arrestable offense.
So if somebody's in my yard and I don't know them and they're not displaying a threat, they don't have a weapon, they're not making threat, they're not yelling or whatever, I'm like, hey, what are you doing? That's one thing. Maybe two people, whatever. I mean, like the time the electric guys, came into the backyard at 10:30 at night after we didn't have power for 2 days. What are you two doing in my backyard? That sort of thing. Okay, that's not a threat. I shouldn't be escalating things. I shouldn't be. If I've got 100 people coming down my residential street, okay, now they have a right to be on the street. I don't know about them blocking traffic, but they have a right to, because it's a public street. People walk their dogs up and down the street all the time. As soon as they step foot into my driveway in my yard, and there's 100 of them, especially if at least one of them's got a weapon or they're doing something that seems to be aggressive. If I'm waiting for them to get to my front door, I'm giving them more time to mass their forces. If I can stop them at the perimeter of my yard and get them to disperse, I'm going to do that because that's giving me more space between me and them. Now, out on the public street, I can't do it. That's not my property. And I'm not saying that, it's necessarily just start shooting and ask questions later. It's but possibly showing a gun or, hey, get out of here, or sending the dog out or something. I don't know, but there's a certain point where you're going to get trapped in your house and surrounded. And at that point, you're at the mercy of, you hope like hell law enforcement shows up, because otherwise you're at their mercy and they can do anything. Well, then that's siege warfare. The defender's at the disadvantage. So anything you can do, in my opinion, but don't be meeting them out in the street. Don't be, and not necessarily, take the first shot either or something like that. Don't take a shot if you don't have to, obviously. But, sometimes just the display of the weapon is enough to get them to disperse. It's happened before. And during that Hurricane Katrina, there was a guy that was trying to evacuate, and he was bringing stuff out of his apartment out to his car or minivan or something. And 4 guys were surrounding his minivan looking in there, and he comes out, and he's got a cooler, and they turn around and they look at him. Well, what they didn't see was the AK slung over his back. And he pulled that AK out, and he ran at him and yelled. He didn't fire one shot. They scattered. They just seen a crazy guy with an AK. It was 4-on-1, and without that AK, he wouldn't have won. And he didn't have to fire one shot. Tell me he was in the wrong doing that. So it's the same difference to me.
Yeah. So I can't remember did they even come out and say why they didn't even come out and say why they confiscated the guns, right?
I haven't.
If they're even contemplating any kind of charges.
I heard they just took only the AR, which I found intriguing also. Why wouldn't they take both? I still don't understand why they took them, because
he said the pistol was at his lawyer's.
Oh, okay. But even still, why did they confiscate any of them? No shots were fired, so they're not running ballistics or anything.
There's no reason to seize them at this point, but
that's what I was thinking.
I think it is because it's rumored that the DA is one of these people who wants to be president in 2024.
Well, what's taking these people's guns got to do with that?
It looks good. It's like, oh, look at me. To the people who would vote for that kind of an idiot for president.
You still have to have legal justification to do it.
Justification? This is 2020. You don't need...
Yes, you do.
You're
say all you want, but you have to still have legal justification.
Oh, I'm not talking about whether it's going to stand up in court or not. I'm talking about in public opinion and the people who don't read anything beyond the headline. But
there's still another process after that, not just the headline.
Yes, there's a process, but here's the thing. How many people will actually bother to look at the process of, oh, yeah, those people got let off. Who cares? It's just going to...
Doesn't matter whether they look at it. I said they have to have legal justification to seize those weapons. Not talk about who sees what. I don't care about that. They have to have a justification to do it. So what is that?
They don't... There is... I don't know. I haven't read any of the stories or anything that's been put out by the DA's office or by the police or the investigating body. I'm simply saying it sounds like this DA who has been under investigation for some kind of shady shit is probably just puffing up his chest and going, oh, hey, look at me. Now, whether that's smart, whether that's advisable or not, or whether that's even legal.
Who seized them?
Huh?
Who seized the weapons?
I don't know. Who did seize the weapon?
I've yet to see a DA go to someone's house and seize a weapon. Pretty sure it was the police department that was there.
I'm pretty sure
legal justification.
Well, can the DA order law enforcement to go collect these?
No.
Would law enforcement have to file charges to collect them?
No. I mean, you could seize a weapon during an investigation, but it would be one that was, if they viewed it as they were going armed to the terror of the public or something like that, yes, they could seize it, but they were on their own property, and I think they're jumping the gun. They're taking the victim's gun and trying to make them the suspect. They were the victims, and now they're trying to be painted as the bad guys. Well, it's funny you say you want to be painted as the bad guys, because I Googled, the situation, and this is the picture from
The first article that I pulled up. Optics doesn't get worse than that. I mean, if you want to paint somebody as a dangerous, somebody that's, it's dangerous or whatever.
Oh, okay. All right. Send her to counseling, throw the Jimenez in the trash, and
For sure.
Get him something. Tactical salmon is just not, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well, now another thing here, we're talking about optics and that. These people up in front here, are they actually on her lawn, or is this one of those things where it's like people standing in front of a building going, "Oh, hey, look at me," or "Look, it looks like if I stand this way, I'm holding up."
It's a gated community. It's a private street. It's not a public street.
Yeah. People think they have a right to be on private property when they don't.
Well, I don't know how would that work exactly. I mean, I'm sure it's different state to state because, like here in PA, if you have a gas well or something, you've got an access road to get back to it. Technically, it's a what's that?
That's an easement. It's just like when I was a paper boy. There was one private street on my route. I could be on that street because I was delivering papers. The mailman could be there because he's delivering mail. If you have cable installed, they can be there. Yeah, that's if there's a public, something like that. But the city and the county didn't plow the snow on that street. The residents had to throw in together to plow the snow up because it's a private street. If there was a pothole, they had to fix it. So there's. I get it. They had no trespassing signs all over. It's kind of weird. It's like, you want me to deliver your newspaper, but you got all these signs everywhere saying don't come down the street. And it was a dead end street too, but
boundaries of
Yeah, they relinquished the rifle and the lawyer had the pistol, like somebody said earlier.
What else was funny is I found out that the pistol, the couple said it didn't work.
Well, I think anybody in America that knows anything about guns would probably believe that. But I'll tell you what, Fuzarkian out there said the same thing. Pistol wasn't even functioning. Husband gave it to the wife who didn't know how guns work anyway. So, giving somebody a non-functional gun, okay? There's a topic, a question for you, or a question, a topic, or whatever the hell it is. He gave it to her to be a deterrent to people, but I mean, what do you guys think about that?
I think he had a little something on the side and was hoping she'd get mauled.
Possibly.
I was thinking maybe he just didn't trust her with a gun. Either she's going to kill him in the middle of the night or she's going to shoot herself in the foot.
Right.
The thing is, though, whether it's functional or not, loaded or not, a toy or not, whatever, it's still considered a weapon in the eyes of the law the way it was being used, right?
It depends on what the person thought it was.
The person using it, or the person it being pointed at?
Person that it was being pointed at.
Right.
What they thought it was.
It'd be funny if he gave her one of those handgun lighters, right? And she pulls the trigger and the flame shoots.
Oh, just like if I went to a bank and had my hand in my pocket and stuck it out like the barrel of a gun, said, "Give me all your money." Still armed robbery. It's what they thought it was. The impression you gave them purposely.
Now, my thing, and this is something that I've talked about too, and this is just a thing that bounces around the inside of my empty head sometimes. Is when you present a firearm, it isn't always gonna de-escalate the situation.
Nope.
Like there's a lot of crazy ass people out there that when if you would pull a gun on them, it's going to escalate the situation and make them want to turn it physical, even if it wasn't physical. So, I mean, giving somebody a non-functioning firearm and they pull it on somebody and that person then, that escalates that situation, that could get you killed. When, without the gun, you might end up just getting yelled at for a while,
Yeah,
I don't know.
But
perfect.
let's say they were out on their front porch when this happened, and they all came up there. And
go ahead, buddy.
And they ran into the house. Wouldn't that may not de-escalate it either? They may go, "Oh, this is easy pickings."
For sure. No, absolutely. I totally agree. If you go outside, show yourself, and then go back in, that might, embolden people to walk right up to the front door, right, when they normally wouldn't have. Yeah, I mean, this is an ugly, shitty situation, man. It really is.
A perfect example of the gun escalating the situation would be that I'm completely different circumstances and everything, but those guys pull out the gun, and then he fights for his life, and
two things. Three things. I heard Matthias says, I heard the HOA had basically warned the homeowners these protesters are coming. Now, was that up before this happened or after this happened? Because I've heard both things. Does anybody know?
I mean, okay, then you run into the whole, do you abandon your home and leave it to get destroyed? I mean, I understand there's the people that stay when the hurricane's coming, and we always, we didn't always evacuate. Sometimes we stayed. So I mean, there's the people that stayed. So at that point, were they just trying to protect their home, or did they not take it seriously, or maybe they didn't get the memo? I mean,
one of the things I heard on Yankees chat, it was yesterday or tonight, was that this had been posted, and they were also informed that the police would not be responding.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I heard that too. Now, what I don't know is, when was that posted? Was that posted before this all happened, or was this posted after that happened? Because I think that does make a difference in their mentality, right?
By the way it sounds, I would assume they knew beforehand. But are you asking, like, is this just information that's leaking out now, and is somebody making it up? Or
no, I mean, like, they're saying that the homeowners association posted that said that the police, will not be coming, and blah blah blah, to expect these protesters or whatever it said.
I'd have to assume that it was beforehand, that they had knowledge that this was going to be taking place.
Mm-hmm.
But then, if that's the case, then if they're planning on these people showing up, did they actually break in, or were they allowed in? If the homeowners association is saying plan on these people coming, and police aren't going to be responding,
then why were the wrought iron gates ripped down?
They weren't until afterwards.
And that's also my confusion with this.
I've already heard somebody say that's ridiculous. Hey, you know what? We're already here. And on the way out, let's rip the gates off. Yeah.
All it takes is a few bad eggs. I'm not trying to say one way or the other because I have no idea. But, I mean, you got a couple people that are jazzed up from doing this, and they want to act like idiots. So, they want to vandalize something. Here's some gates as they're going out. It might be grasping at straws, but I could see it happening.
In court, you mean?
Just the idea of it. I'm saying, could it happen? Yeah. Is it likely? I don't
know. Carolina EDC Reviews said he thinks they put it up there after. Somebody, shit, I lost it.
You think they're just going to hang these two out and that's it? Just make them the poster children for gun control in St. Louis?
I don't know. I really feel like I feel like it's weird. I don't know why they took the rifle. that's the weirdest part, because I feel like for the most part, this is kind of a no harm, no foul situation, and it would just for the most part blow over. They'd be like, okay, they stood out there, nothing happened. Nobody got shot. Nobody really got hurt. Nobody got hurt. Their home wasn't vandalized. Nothing, none of the protesters got injured. I feel like it would be one of those things that was like, all right, this was kind of a close call, and it would blow over. Now, them taking the rifle is a little bit weird, because it makes me think that they're going to try and bring some kind of charges up. And that's a little bit weird. And then could this be, them getting, well, what was it? Some kind of brandishing charge or some kind of, I don't know, something. Who knows?
What they should do is go back and charge each individual person on the lawn with trespassing.
Yep.
And let it all work out in court.
Yeah.
If you want the law applied, apply it evenly.
For sure. I totally agree.
They're completely ignoring that.
I totally agree. And it's the same thing with everything else that's going on. Like,
even if they feel that even if they feel that they brandished a firearm, maybe they went too far and they charge them, that's fine. Okay, do that. But do it evenly and charge all your witnesses there that say they had a gun pointed at them, charge them all with trespassing, and let it all go to court.
Well, there's people in the crowd that apparently brandished too. So let's dig them people up too.
Charge them all evenly and let it go to court.
Mm-hmm.
So just a bit of irony here. If they were to be charged and things like that, anybody else find it ironic that the lady is kind of dressed like she's on an old time chain gang?
Yeah. Caroline EDC said about Texas. He said FNAC wants to ask. Yeah, we decided before you got here that we're just going to give them Texas. It's no big deal. So don't tell them I'm just kidding, because we're going to get rid of Texas. But Caroline EDC, I was saying before you got here too, I don't know if you were listening, that Costain Arms has a YouTube channel now that they're throwing some videos up on, and our videos are in their playlist too. Just so you know, that's kind of cool. People need to not let this play out. Pro-gunners should be petitioning and protesting for the police courts to do just what Sarge said. Yeah, for sure. I think that's what people have been saying from the beginning. There's just so damn much of it. There's so much there's so many things happening during these protests. And you do hear about it every once in a while. You see people getting busted, and you see these, you see it on Instagram, and it'll be like 9 mugshots, and it'll be all people that were arrested for vandalism or assault or destruction of property or something like that. But there is so much of it. Hundreds of people doing, or thousands of people, in a city doing these things. It's crazy. And some of the people are getting caught for the chick got caught for throwing a Molotov cocktail in a cop car, and the other one lit a cop car on fire, and they caught her because of her T-shirt and shit. It's happening, but holy shit, there's only so many hours in the day, to catch all these people doing all this dumb shit. Police go for the low-hanging fruit protest. 500 strong, a lot of paperwork. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. A lot of manpower, man. A lot of hours, a lot of stuff to do in 24 hours in a day. The DA, West Covina Dodge, is talking about the elected DA. You get the government you deserve. I know I've heard people say, I don't know how true it is, about that their district attorney is shady. I don't know anything about it. Can we get a court order to go in and confiscate all the guns from the police? That ice cream shop maybe could. Up in Seattle. They were scared. They were scared of the cops. Defund the cops. I think we need to go back to where cops had to buy their own stuff. That'll make everybody happy. Yeah, $15 an hour. We'll make the minimum wage $15 an hour. You get $15 an hour, but you got to buy all your own gear. Sarge, you game? Sound good to you?
I'm out. I'm out. Now, don't get me wrong. I have a lot of my own stuff. I have a lot, but I couldn't afford all of it.
Yeah. What the hell are you talking about, Ape?
What am I talking about?
Sugar-coated peanuts, Boston baked bean are evil, and yet I love them.
You never had that kind of candy?
No.
Boston baked beans.
I've tried them. I couldn't stomach it.
Carolina EDC saved a bunch of money switching to Geico. So
they're basically like candied coated peanuts. Think like M&M's, but with the thicker.
So they're like baked bean flavored honey roasted peanuts or something. Kind of.
No, they just call them that because they look like baked beans because it's all.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's like think like M&M candy shell, only it's thicker and a softer candy shell. So you get the sweet and the salty and the peanutty.
There you go. And if you put a little bit of water on them, and they make their own gravy.
No, for that you gotta get the French burnt peanuts.
Oh.
So I have a friend that makes her own gravy every Thanksgiving, and when she says it's done, it's like Jell-O.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
You mean when it gets? When it gets cold?
No. This is while it's hot.
Oh,
it's that thick.
Well,
I mean, very few people realize this, but Jell-O or dessert gelatin packets, that stuff that you're mixing in, that's powdered protein. That is literally where Jell-O came from. It's the congealed proteins and fat off of meat.
I asked her if she had put in gelatin to make it that way. She said no. I still don't know what she does here.
Well, okay. So have you seen her make it? You know how she makes it?
I've never paid attention to how she does it. From what I understand, I don't know. It just ends up very thick. You could probably scoop it up with a butter knife and spread it on some bread if you wanted.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple things. So if you go back into my Thanksgiving playlist and watch there's a video of my gravy when it was done, the 1 year last year or the year before, and when it's cool, it's like Jell-O. It's not thickened at all. It's just because it was cooked, the bones, roasted the bones, and then made a stock out of it, and the natural gelatin comes out of the bones, out of the joints, out of the bones, and when it gets cool, it's like gelatinous. So that's one thing. But if it's hot, it should be thinner. But when it starts to cool down, even at like room temperature or warm, it can get jelly like that. So if that's how she's doing it, that's actually pretty awesome. She's just bringing it down too far. Number two, if you were thickening with, now when you look at it, when you look at the gravy, is it like real shiny looking?
No.
Because if you use cornstarch to thicken something like a gravy or whatever, it gives it like a real glassy, shiny, plasticky kind of shine to it. It's kind of weird. If you use flour, it doesn't. So if you're thickening it up with a roux, it's not going to give it that shininess. It'll be more dull. It'll look dull, but
I think she just uses a lot of flour.
Probably. I mean, it sounds like it's just, if she's not making that, which most home cooks aren't going to do what I do. They're not going to roast the bones, make the stock, reduce it down really, really far. It's just not something that people normally do. They do it quicker. They'll take the pan drippings. They might, cook it a little bit, and then they'll thicken it with flour and corn or flour and, like a roux or something like that. So, yeah, it's probably just got a ton of flour in that son of a bitch.
Yep. I wish it was the bones and stuff, but it's not.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ape, going back to the composition of gelatin, you're saying it's not vegan then?
No, gelatin is not vegan.
Actual gelatin. I'm pretty sure someone's managed to synthesize a synthetic substance that tastes and has the mouthfeel of gelatin. But yes, original gelatin. Don't go by like the Jell-O or the Our Family or the Great Value. Just look for a box that says gelatin, unflavored, unsweetened. Take a look at the back, and it will be protein stock listed as one of the main ingredients or a protein base. That's why. Yeah. All right, think of this. Think back to maybe like your grandmother or great grandmother, if you ever dug in like their kitchen cabinets and found like this fancy ass looking pan that had like fruit kind of carved into it or whatever. Those kind of Jell-O molds in that, the reason they were so fancy was because back in the day, and not this century or last century, but like the centuries previous, the only way you got gelatin was by having a shitload of meat to eat, and the average person maybe had meat once a week or 2 or 3 times a month. So, yeah, basically what I'm getting at is when they actually had gelatin to serve, they made it look fancier than it actually was because it's all the congealed like cartilage and protein and other stuff. It was made from hooves.
It's not just that either. It's not just that a dessert made of gelatin. There's also things that what's it called? Aspic. I believe it's aspic. And what it is it's basically like a gelatin, and it's very, very thin. Like you do it warm, you'd bloom the gelatin, and then you'll actually brush it onto things, and it gives it this like lacquer effect. And you would see it on terrines, on meats, and stuff like that. Like usually cold meats, sliced meats, like pâtés and things like that, sliced, and then you brush it with the aspic, and it gives it this like little lacquer sort of glaze to it. Sometimes it's flavored. And you'll also see it sometimes on fruits. But yeah, you can buy vegan, quote unquote, vegan gelatin. It's not gelatin now. There's a vegan gelatin. It's called agar, AGAR, and that's a vegan substitute for gelatin. There's also like fruit pectin and stuff like it's like a fruit pectin. The stuff in fruit that would naturally thicken like a jam or a jelly or something like that when it's cooked down. You can just buy that as a powder too. Bones and hooves and bones. Originally Jell-O concoctions had meat in them. Yeah, that's the whole idea of like, you see like head cheese and stuff like that. It's just, it's all held together by the natural gelatinous, natural gelatin in there. We're talking about food, guns and barbecue. What you had something about food, and I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I was getting ready to ask you if you want to make people's heads explode or not.
Sure, I can't remember what the hell. I can't remember what we were talking about now.
We were talking about doneness for ribs, and to preface this, I was on a couple barbecue forums. A couple people had asked, is falling off the bone overcooked, or is the tug off the bone when you bite in undercooked? And for some reason, I let myself get goaded into that argument because I know how it ends every time. People are just like, however the person wanted it done is, then it's perfect. It's perfect for them. But so then I figured I'd bring it up to you because you are the trained professional.
Yeah, well, I know, and that is the answer. The answer is however you want it. But it is funny. I do remember talking about this last week. We talked about it after the chat a little bit. it's funny because I do remember talking about it and saying, like, I don't like stuff that's over braised or overcooked, like over, either basically over braised or something where you're really, really trying to tenderize something, or slow cooked, and doing stuff in a crock pot or, in a slow cooker or something like that. I'm not the kind. I don't really like things that are super, super, like 100% super mushy tender. I think if you're going to do that and it's super tender like that, it's great for like a sandwich or something, but not if I'm eating ribs. If I'm eating pork ribs or beef ribs off the rib, I want it to have a little bit of bite to it yet, at least a little something. I don't like it just to like turn into mush. I think it gets. I think it actually can make it, to me, it actually makes it seem a little bit dry in texture when it's super cooked like that, because it just wants to flake and mush and fall apart,
Yeah, my argument to everybody was, if you pick up that rib and the meat stays on there, terrific. But once you take a bite and everything just falls off, well, you're just eating really fancy pulled pork at that point. You should be able to pick up that rib, take a bite, and the meat stays in place. And say, otherwise, what's the point of having ribs? Why are you holding that bone in your hand if you're not eating the meat off of it?
That's kind of what I feel. That's how I personally feel. Like, I feel if it's going to be super tender and just like turn to mush on you, throw it on a bun, make a bitchin' sandwich out of it. It tastes great or whatever, but I don't like the texture necessarily like that.
And honestly, I find that it actually does something to my stomach when it's cooked to that point where it's become mushy. I don't know if it's just greasier and that affects my stomach or what it is, but after X amount of ribs, I've never counted, I feel a little gross.
Well, it could be if you're eating it smoked or whatever. It could be the amount of smoke, the amount of carcinogens, you know what I mean? It could be that kind of stuff is a little hard on your stomach,
I don't know. I never had that experience with anything else. It's just ribs that are, people are like, oh, they're fall off the bone, perfect. And like I said, I take a bite and everything falls off the bone, and then I'm picking it up off the plate. And for some reason, it just does something. Because I've had brisket where people are like, oh, I smoked this 18 hours. I'm like, holy cow. Because I don't take that long to smoke brisket. I prefer a hot and fast method, but
you don't want meat that you eat with a spoon.
Right? No, I can't
or
say I do.
Or a straw.
Yeah. Yeah, and I find that when we go to a place around here every once in a while for barbecue, and their barbecue's great. I mean, they do a really good job. It's a chain, but it's a small chain. And I've gotten it once or twice where you get like, multiple things. And once I got their pulled chicken and it was really good and nice and moist and it was really good. And one of the other times I got it, it was just kind of like, it seemed like that, like it was a little overcooked. Not that it was dry, but like the texture made it seem like grainy almost, and
like it kind of sucked the spit out and left sand in its place.
Yeah. Clover says these briskets take around 10 hours.
Yes.
It takes a while. Yep.
I'm right on with Clover there. I mean, it also depends on the size of the brisket and things like that, but
sure.
I'm usually around the 10-hour mark. These people that are like, 18 hours, 20 hours, I'm like, turn up your heat.
Yeah. I did some pulled pork, a couple of pork butts at work for our Cubans. We do a Cuban sandwich and we just do like a braised, pulled pork with it. Then I had it in, and I'll be 100% honest. I'm not I don't do stuff like that super, super low. I think I did it at almost 300 degrees. did it with did a little rub on it and put a little chicken stock, just a little bit of chicken stock in the bottom of the pan, and then did it, with foil, covered it nice and tight with foil. I think I had that in for like 5 hours, 6 hours. And it was really nice. That was really, really good. But that's, for me, that's the texture I like. Like, it's not super mushy, and it's got some nice stringiness to it. Like, it, you can pull it and it doesn't turn into just mush.
Yep.
A lot of guys would be like, "Oh, you cooked it at 300 degrees or something like that. That's crazy. That's way too high." That's just how I like to do it.
I say you start when it comes to the people that are into the smoking. I've heard the argument that you start getting into a grilling aspect when you start getting over 300, but I've always been under the impression 225 to 300 is a fine smoking range for, if anybody's wondering. I actually smoke everything at 275. Every once in a while, if I'm, depending on what I'm doing, I might kick down to 250, but 275 is normally my sweet zone.
We had an event that did a pulled pork. I forget. I don't even remember what they did for it. It was, I want to say it was guys. It was a bunch of dudes. Like, they were going there for, not a bachelor party, but like they were having like a dinner,
like a guy's day,
like for the rehearsal. You know what I mean? And they wanted some guys' food, and they wanted some food for women and stuff. And one of the guys wanted pulled pork. They just wanted like, oh, we want like a really bitchin' pulled pork, something really good. And I did those a little bit lower because they were bigger. They were some big ass pork butts, man. And so I did them at like 250 and did them for like 8 hours. And then let them didn't uncover them, just let them rest. Like, let the foil on them, just let them rest at room temperature for like 2 hours, and then pulled it and let it cool down to, once it was at room temperature, then we mixed it with the sauce and then just put it into chafers. It was so good. It was amazing. It was so good. But that was because they were bigger. I did it a little bit of a lower temp because I didn't want it to, I wanted it to take a little bit longer because they were bigger.
Here's one for you. The great bone debate. Do you prefer meats that are bone in or boneless? Personally, I prefer bone in because I use the bone as an internal thermometer.
I guess it depends. What it is. I'm not as, I guess because I'm not as temperature sensitive. I don't mind not having a bone in there because I know I'm going to do it for a long period of time. And because I usually do more of a braise, like I'll put liquid in the bottom of the pan and I'll keep it covered in foil. So it's almost like having it in a big crock pot, even though I'm using an oven. So it's a little more, it's forgiving. It's not going to dry out on me. You know what I mean? So I'm fine with boneless. I actually have some boneless pork butts at work now. It's a little more expensive. It's like an extra 20 cents a pound or something like that. But I don't have to worry about the bone. I can just cook it and then just shred the shit out of it and be done with it,
Yeah. For a lot of new people that are new to smoking, I tell them, try and go with something with the bone. Just for the simple fact you get that pullback, and it's a visual cue for them to watch. And then they can go in there with their temperature probe and see if they're hitting their proper temps and things like that. But like my dad called me the one day and he's like, these ribs aren't done. I'm like, well, what the hell did you do wrong? And he's like, I don't know. That's why I'm calling you. I'm like, I'm not there. I was like, how much of the meat is pulled back from the rib? How much bone do you have sticking out? Well, nothing yet. We'll put them back in. When you got about, 3/4 of an inch, maybe an inch, pull them out then.
Yeah. Revolver has an interesting one out there, and he says, have you ever had salmon on toast? Now, I've talked about this on the show before, that my grandma used to make something, and it was like I swear this must be like a Depression era or sometime afterwards meal dish, and I always really really liked it. And my grandma wasn't a big cook; like she did stuff, but she was never like. My grandpa always was the one that was in the kitchen playing around with stuff more. Like he would make cinnamon rolls or he would make pies and stuff like that. But she would make this salmon and peas and serve it on toast. So it was like, cream dried beef or something in a way, but it was with salmon and peas. So she would make this just a milk gravy, like a white gravy with milk, and butter, flour, milk, salt and pepper. I don't ever remember them anybody there, even cooking with garlic, to tell you the truth. It was very simple. Central PA, very simple, mild, I don't want to say bland, but, straightforward, mild food. Pretty typical
stuff that'll fill you up, stick to your ribs, but not really have much of a taste.
Yeah, real mild stuff for sure.
And same here as traditional Midwest cooking. It's okay. Yeah, I need something that I can feed my 15 children, and it's going to keep them full or get them hungry just about 6 or 7 o'clock when they're done in the field.
Well, that and less ingredients equals less cost too. So, back then when you're worried about pinching every penny, it's like, you're going to buy garlic? No, if you don't have it, you don't have it. So
no, we have salt. You get salt. That's it.
Right. Yeah. So she'd make like a white gravy and then put canned salmon in it, flaked up canned salmon and peas and canned peas. And then they would just do it over like white toast. And I know that sounds super shitty. And it probably sounds like people are like, are you brain damaged? Who would make that? And I loved it. It was just one of those, it was really good. And I know I said this on the show before. I was like, man, I should make that just to see, just to make it.
Just to see if it lives up to your expectations. Yeah,
because, I'm sure it won't. But I mean, I just remember when they had it as a kid, like you would think a kid would look at that and be like, but it was really, really good. So salmon on toast. I mean, I don't know, Revolver, he said, have you ever had salmon on toast? That's what I've had. That's my salmon on toast. Yeah. I don't know what you've had. I mean, if yours, I'm interested to hear what you meant by that and what that means to you. I've missed a lot of chatting out there.
60 food, salmon patties, jack mackerel patties, 60s food. Fish can only be fried, says Fuzarkian.
Ethically farmed, non-gender binary salmon of color. Yeah.
Well, what are you? Are you racist there? You only want to eat the salmon that have pink flesh? Oh, I see. You want to make sure the salmon that has the white flesh stays dominant. Racist. It's like spreading baby food on toast. No, spreading baby food on toast is baby food on toast.
Salmon patties. Actually, she used to do salmon patties too, like that with canned salmon, like a crab cake, but with canned salmon. So it was egg, egg. I don't think
soda crackers.
I don't think I was going to say like you usually use mayo in crab cakes. I don't know that she used mayo. I think it might have just been like eggs, flaked up salmon, breadcrumb, onion maybe.
Salt.
Seasoning. And then pan fried those, and then dredged them in a little bit of flour or breadcrumb, and pan fried them, and they're like salmon cakes. Yeah, but we used to. I have a book at work that I got when I was just a just a young cook, and it's like the Great Burger Book or something. And a chef gave it to me. One of my chefs gave it to me. He thought it was cool because I was working at the grill at a country club at the time up at the grill, and it had some really cool burgers in it. One of them was a salmon burger, and I've done a burger like that one. Clover Tax talking about poke. Yeah, poke. We've done poke bowls with tuna or salmon, and it was raw tuna, which is nice. You just dice it up. I used to hand dice it. You could chop it, or chop it in the food processor or something. But I used to hand chop it so it was a little bit chunkier, and then mix it with a little bit of sour cream, salt, pepper, garlic, chili flake, and fresh dill, and then serve it with like a tzatziki. It was like a sour cream based sauce with cucumber and dill and lemon. Man, that was good. And what's nice is you could do it like medium and leave it just a little bit undercooked. Slamming. Super good. Baking salmon and other fish is easy and easy to – yeah, fish is easy, man. Fish is fish is nice, and I've always said for years, about fish is one of those things that you just need to not mess it up. All you got to do is not screw it up.
I've got a pretty awesome smoked salmon that I do, but I've been afraid to do it since I lost my vision, just because watching the fish get done and then looking for that flake, I don't have the precision for it. But
yeah,
I'm hoping my daughter's really getting into the whole smoking thing now, and she's been watching me, and I'm like, I think I could probably train her to eyeball that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pew Pew Park's out there whining because he didn't acknowledge the fact that he made some killer St. Louis-style ribs for Independence Day using only aluminum foil, seasoning, rub, and sweet and spicy baby rays.
Nothing wrong with that.
No. So, Midnight, my question for you is, where do you get aluminum foil seasoning?
Aluminum foil seasoning? Well, you take aluminum foil and you salt it, and then you dip it in vinegar. And then it'll actually take the aluminum foil and it'll erode it down to dust, and you just sprinkle that on whatever you want.
Wait, so I have to separate a liquid from a solid? What kind of wizardry is this?
I guess you don't have to. You can just use it as like a wet rub.
Yeah, but then it's not a dry rub.
That's true.
I mean, you can't be dry if it's wet, and you can't be wet if it's dry.
Mm-hmm.
This awkward and asinine exchange is brought to you by the putrid and rancid taste of beef soda.
Ooh, hey, we got let's throw Pete's link out there real quick. Let's talk about.
Okay, let me copy that again. Yep, I got a little clipboard here.
So, Abe's going to be throwing a link out there in the chat. Guitar Man Pete, we all know and love Pete. Or you all know and hate him, or you're indifferent. One or the other. One of those things, Pete. Pete's pup got hit by a car. Pete's having a little trouble with his puppers. His little dog, his little critter, his little buddy got hit by a car, and he's got a broken leg. So they're trying to get a little bit of money together, take him to the vet, get him all fixed up. They were super worried about him. It's a pretty big bill. They're estimating like $2,200. That's a lot of money. But it's for one of his little buddies. So that link out there will take you to a GoFundMe. If anybody can, if anybody has a couple of bucks they can throw at it, really, really appreciate it. Poor little guy needs a little vet visit. Yeah, there you go, Joe. That's right.
Little Joe puppy.
Yeah. So, if anybody has a couple of bucks, I wasn't able to do it yet. I will go do it myself till it's all said and done. But Steve Warthog, $100. Who the hell is that? That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, if
Warthog, Anonymous, 7.
There's Foss. Foss is just trying to get on my good side. That son of a bitch.
Anonymous.
Yeah. So
I'm not doxing you.
That's super cool. I appreciate it, man. And even if we can't get to, the $2,200 is
it'd be nice, but every little bit will help them.
Yeah, man. Even if we can get him a down payment on a little dude's leg, you need a down payment on a new leg, little buddy, little Joe.
Wait. So are you going to say that this puppy is going to have a robot leg and we can call him Robo Joe?
Oh, we never even thought of that. What if it's $2,200 because he's getting an awesome bionic leg? How bitching would that?
Yeah. Just maybe not stand next to him when he's going to the bathroom for the first couple times. Don't know how fast he's going to raise that leg up. He might end up moving at full speed, and the next thing you know, you're flat on your back.
Well, and if it's his back leg and he pees on it, if he pees on his back leg, is he going to electrocute himself? That's no good. So we're
no. They insulate those fairly well.
Yeah.
I mean, now the leg might detach itself and go on a murderous rampage and get a taste for human flesh, but
what if he gets one of those awesome legs like what's-her-face had in that movie? It was a machine gun.
You talking about Grindhouse?
Yes.
Never seen it.
Not good. Not a great movie. But the chick had a machine gun leg, and that's something.
Or maybe he's going to end up getting one of those fancy carbon fiber legs like the dude who broke the 4-minute mile or whatever in the Olympics.
There you go.
And then got arrested and sent to jail for something.
Was
it murder?
The guy,
the blade leg dude.
He had both legs amputated.
Yeah, it was like both.
He shot his wife through the bathroom.
He killed his girlfriend or his wife.
Floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if we can, I'll say this: if we can get to the $2,200, I will demand that. I mean, for $2,200, you probably can't get much, but maybe we could get Joe like a high point carbine leg or something. Okay, let's get Joe.
No. We have to go something light. I mean, look, he's not that big of a puppy that looks like. You don't want to put extra stress.
They're not going to arrest a dog for an SBR.
Look, it doesn't matter whether we hack 10 inches off the barrel. That bolt is still massive. I mean, look. Robotics and Cybernetics 101, you don't want to put so much strain on your patient that it's going to eventually either rip out of the socket or it's just going to shorten their life because, oh, hey, I'm fine. I have his hand, but it's 200 pounds and my heart's going to explode because everywhere I walk, it's like running a marathon. So I say we need to get him like an LC9S, an LC9S leg that's nice and light and still in a decent caliber.
Okay. All right. I can see that. Mm-hmm. Maybe the new G3C or whatever, G3C or whatever, the Taurus.
You know what?
That's a 12 round. I didn't know that was a 12. Did you know that was a 12 round mag on the new Taurus? I didn't know that.
No.
I saw that today.
Actually, now I think about it.
Well, the old
for $2,200, let's go full bore and get him a SIG 365 SAS leg.
No, that's a lot of money. We can't get that for $2,200. What were you saying, Giz?
Said the old one was too. The G2C was 12 rounds.
Oh, was it?
Yep. Yeah, so was the old PT-111.
I thought they were a 10 or 11. I didn't realize it was a 12.
Yep.
They're a pretty nice looking gun. I saw a picture of one today. The grip's a little bit long, but it's a 12 round mag. I mean, it's going to be a little bit long, but Taurus is pretty nice looking gun. And speaking of guns,
did you get to go to the gym?
No.
Oh.
Hey, Midnight, I'm going to have to head out, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Night, guys.
See you, Giz.
She says dogs are perfect as they are. They are damn near perfect.
They're more perfect than half the people I know.
Damn near. Now, if we could just mount a little tiny belt-fed 22 onto Joe, he'd be perfect.
Wes Cavina says, get him the snowball suit from Rick and Morty. I don't know if 2200 will do that. I mean, unless you know a guy who knows a guy that it fell off the back of the truck or we can make fall off the back of the truck.
So, Yeet Cannon 9, there you go. Mm-hmm. So, Man, I would love to get this for my little guy. Savage Rascal, red, white, and blue.
So is that a camo pattern? Do they take like flag stencils and kind of?
It's like a. Let me see if I can get.
I can see like a star, or a white star with like with the Union around it, but everything else is just kind of rattle candy.
Let me see if I can.
13801.
Well, that's not any better. That's in a black background. That's worse. A belt for a 22 would be a shoelace. Yeah, pretty much. Let me. No, not Rascal Flats, you idiot. Stupid Google.
Image. Oh, here. This might be. It's kind of low res.
Yeah, I just need one that I can.
Like on a white background.
Yeah. Oops.
Come on, load the picture.
Yeah, I can't find one that's letting me like blow it up, you know?
Yeah, I'm only getting like the one picture of it itself, and then everything else is all different kinds of rascals. Okay, can I open image, new tab?
This one's a little closer.
Here we go. Maybe. Screen share, Chrome tab. Share. Yeah, kind of a little clearer.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of like elements of the flag.
That's an SPR there, isn't it?
Nope, it's a 16 inch.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it's about a 10 inch, huh? Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that they use that, and it's I don't know why they cut it off like that, but it's just
I think Snob took that picture.
Yeah. No, Snob decided that he was tired of everyone getting him shit about all of his pictures, so we decided to try and learn how to use Photoshop, and that's the result.
Vandalistic is saying, "Oh, those rascals little." Yeah, they're a 16-inch barrel. It's just a single shot. It's a cock on open bolt action.
I think the whole thing is maybe like the length of my arm or so. There, Vandalistica. The rascals are made to be like basically my first rifle kind of thing. It's just a short little lightweight thing for like a 5 or 6 year old to kind of get their first hands-on experience with a rifle.
Yeah. So I just thought this was pretty cool, and it's a neat pattern. Like it's kind of swirled, like it's it's like almost like the flag's wrapped around it. It's pretty cool. I thought it was kind of neat. I don't necessarily like a whole lot of flag stuff because I think sometimes it doesn't look all that nice. But I thought this one was pretty cool, pretty different. I know there's a lot of people that would hate it because they don't like the flag on stuff or whatever. But I saw it was really sharp. And it looks like it's a nice dark blue, like a real rich, navy blue or whatever. Oh, flag blue. I think it's a flag blue and flag red, isn't it? Don't they have their own colors?
Probably.
Oh, that was kind of neat. So you're
getting little man, what, like 2 or 3 of them for his next birthday?
Yeah. Length of pole is 11 and a quarter inches. Overall,
be like 26.
Overall length is 31 and a half inches. Okay. Which I think is what it legally is as short as it can be, I think.
Nope,
isn't it?
26.
Oh,
overall
26.
Minimum barrel length of 16, overall length minimum of 26.
Okay.
But that 13 inches length the pole is.
So, Savage has some pretty awesome little rifles. They do pretty cool. Foss says, for the most part, flags only belong on flags, in my opinion. Yeah, I know a lot of people think that way, and I normally do too. I just thought this one was pretty neat because it was a little different. Oh, we missed a little. Oh, okay. He said it's a Little Rascals joke. Sorry. I guess it's our fault for not getting your Little Rascals joke. This isn't 1947.
Oh, yeah. See? You missed that one.
Yeah. 1952 called. They want their joke back.
This isn't the He-Man Woman Haters Club?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So that was just kind of neat. I don't know. I saw that earlier and I wanted to talk about it a little bit. It's fun. But Rascals come in like 10 different colors or some shit. You can get orange, yellow, green, blue, like a violet, like a lavender kind of couple, pink, black, all sorts of neat shit. They're pretty cool. They're a little bit more expensive than the Crickets, but even these little guys, even the Little Rascals, they have a adjustable trigger, so it's kind of cool. They have one, I think. They have one like the Target. They have a Target model too. Pretty cool. Where it's got like a scope on it and an adjustable stock and all sorts of crazy stuff. It's pretty wild.
I think you lost everybody.
Whoa. What happened?
I think Obnoxious went through and booted everybody.
Well, you know what? When I came back, I did lose moderator rights.
Oh, I'm joking. I don't know why they left.
Oh, okay.
Everybody just disappeared like 30 seconds ago.
I think it's because they were talking shit on Little Rascals.
Probably.
They just said,
out.
We're out.
Talking about me spanky like that. I'm out of here, you sons of bitches. U.S. Army develops new fluted barrel for the M4. I didn't know anything about this.
You back now?
Yeah.
All right, what the fuck was that? Because it wouldn't let me rejoin for like 4 or 5 tries.
While there is a lot of talk about replacing the M4 carbine by the U.S. military, work is still being done to improve its performance. Here's a good example. I'm guessing it's for heat disbursement. It was specifically designed to reduce the risk of barrel failure or premature ammunition discharge, cook-off, by dissipating heat faster than the standard M4A1 heavy barrel. And doing so, it facilitates extended cyclical fire. Heavy profile with spiral flutes in 3 sections, increases the surface area. It's kind of like the Thompsons were like that. They had this ribbed, fluted. This one looks circular though. It's actually spiraled, like corkscrewed. Pretty wild
surface area.
Yeah, it's pretty wild looking. Wonder if they'll actually start producing them. The fluting saves a quarter of 4 ounces off the barrel. It's a lot of weight, 4 ounces. Claims the design allows firing at temperatures as high as 909.5 degrees, provides a higher cook-off limit, prevents barrel droop. There you go. Everybody needs a little less barrel droop, huh? Increases the barrel's life and allows an increased sustained rate of fire. Man. Huh. 15-year design patent and a 20-year utility patent.
You know who really suffers from barrel droop, right? It's Spanky. Spanky does.
Yeah, well, hell yeah.
Sorry, I don't know why I'm still going with these Little Rascal jokes.
You know who's my favorite Little Rascal? Spanky from Tommy Boy. When he busts.
My kids have been watching Tommy Boy for like 3 weeks straight.
Yeah. Weird looking. It's kind of weird that they couldn't get a hold of an actual picture of one. Like they have someone that somebody drew on a napkin. Yeah, it's like a hand drawn design. Like, yeah. What would impress me is if the Army would make M4 barrels that shoot around corners. They had rifles that shot around corners back in the day. There was a Nazi rifle that was like that. The barrel was curved, and it was intended to be shot around corners. I can't remember what it was called.
Didn't Taurus or somebody make something similar to that like a decade ago?
Yeah, the Taurus curve. That was the actual frame of the gun had like a curve to it. Like it was like.
Oh, I remember hearing about like an AR style rifle that was actually supposed to be able to be broken from, regular use, and they could actually then angle it to shoot around corners.
Yeah,
there you go, Midnight.
There was some that were, I got it. There was some that were that have like almost like a folding, like they have a hinge in them, and I've seen them with pistols too, where it's like a pistol, almost like a Roni, like one of the micro Ronis. But then it has a hinge on the back of that and then a stock behind that. So you can hold it and it,
Yeah, something the Israelis developed. I think it was called corner shot.
Yeah. Oops. That ain't right. The Krumlauf. In English, it's called the curved barrel. It stands for curved barrel. Is a bent barrel attachment for the... it was on a Sturmgewehr.
Mm-hmm.
Developed by Germany in World War II, the curved barrel included a periscope sighting device for shooting around corners from a safe position.
Looks like some serious barrel droop.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
that one's hanging to the right. But I remember seeing video on it where the barrel life wasn't very good. It didn't last long because there's so much pressure when it goes straight in and it hits that curve that eventually it just starts to wear out that corner right there so bad. Like it doesn't take long for it to start eating away at that barrel. But it's
and then it fragments the bullet. But since it was made to be a replacement for a non-existing self-defense weapon for and it was like a tank or a anti-tank gun or that, it made more like a shotgun effect at close range.
Huh.
So is this one you're thinking about, this corner shot? Where they've literally got like a lock on the end of a stick that rotates left or right with the camera.
Yeah, and it has it has a camera on it, yeah. Yep. Those are pretty neat. Yeah, pretty cool. That's all the stuff I had saved.
Yes, Mia Pew Pew Park is telling the truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody was talking about that on their show last week or whatever. I had never seen that. It's pretty crazy.
Mia wants you to look that up.
What was the word for him?
Israel.
There was a term for it. Here's a picture. Here.
Get it?
Yeah. Oh, something like that?
What in the world?
It's made to be a parade rifle.
Yeah.
Actually, let me open it up.
Foss says it's the Boobin rifle.
Boobin rifle.
Yeah, so you can hold the rifle like that and then stick the muzzle straight up your nose if you really want to, I guess. It's good for that too. I think I'm not 100% sure, but I have a feeling that it's actually was a mistake, and it was an AK that Honda tried to do some home work on. That's how it ended up.
Oh, boo. Oh, come on, Mia.
What's she booing about? Well, that doesn't even have a stock on it there. The stock taken off. Yeah, that's different. Enter your comments here. There you go. You can go there and comment anything you want. There's the link out there for Guitar Man Pete's Little Puppers. If anybody has the ability and hasn't had a chance there, and there's Patch. G used to do a puppy patch for him. A little puppy Joe patch. All right. What else? Anything else? Who we got in here? It's just 3 of us yet? 4 of us? Yeah.
What do you like to do to brisket?
Eat it.
I like to put it on top of a piece of cornbread and let all the juices in that soak into it.
Oh yeah, yep.
I don't make a whole. It's been forever since I made brisket, but I'll be 100% honest. Like I do a lot of my stuff like that. Like I don't slow smoke a whole lot of stuff. I don't have a smoker at work, so I do a whole lot. Most of my stuff that's like that, I'll braise it. And then I like to braise and glaze. So it's a little bit different. Like I do it with short ribs where I'll braise, these nice chunks of short rib, and then put like a glaze on top of them and throw them under the broiler or something for a couple of minutes and get the tops all gooey. Stuff like that. Like I like doing stuff like that. It's kind of fun. That's something that if you ever come up this way again, Sarge, I got to get you to try that one. You would like that one for sure.
I'll probably be up there in a couple weeks.
Oh, no shit. Oh, awesome, man.
Yeah, probably come up beginning of August, probably.
Very cool.
I forgot today.
Yeah, awesome.
So we will stop in.
Okay.
Yeah, I normally do Texas style as far as the seasoning goes, just salt, pepper. Sometimes I add a little bit of garlic seasoning. But you ever try doing burn ends or anything?
Not really, no. It's kind of odd for the restaurant when I do short ribs and stuff. I'm a stickler for portion, so what I portion them raw, and then I'll cook them, and that way I know that everybody's portion's the same cost wise, but also when a customer gets something that they're getting the right size and stuff like that. So I'm like that, and then with the ends of them or the pieces, then I'll do fun stuff with those. Like sometimes I'll chop them and do burgers out of them. Sometimes I'll braise them. Sometimes I'll even just pound them out really super thin, and I'll do like stir fries or lo mains or something like that, with them. But I don't do a whole lot of I don't do a whole lot of smoking that I would get something like that, you know?
Yeah. Let's say, you ever hear how burn ends were created in the first place?
Well, it's another culinary accident, right?
Yeah. With what I heard, some butcher in Kansas City would make brisket and everybody would throw away the point because it was too fatty, yada yada yada. Well, he said, "Why am I throwing this away?" So he took and doctored them up a little bit, and then he put them out on the counter for his customers while they're waiting. And then they're like, "Hey, this is awesome. Can we buy it?" And he's like, "You're kidding me. That's trash." And apparently, it became a big hit. And now everybody that wants me to make them a brisket always asks for burn ends. I'm like, oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Extra work. But let's say, a couple people that had them off me, I was like, this is meat candy. I was like, they're going to be sweet, but they're going to melt in your mouth and you're just going to love it. Did I kill the chat?
I don't think so. Midnight's internet probably gave
Midnight.
up.
I was about to say, did we lose Midnight?
No, I'm good. Yeah, it was flaking out a little bit. And I went to grab a drink at the same time. Like I stood up to
stretch.
I stood up to go to the fridge, and it started flaking out real bad. And I was like, "Oh shit!" So
crotch shot.
All right.
You're kidding me? It's trash. Put on.
Played as appetizer.
Well, it's hard to. I mean, I'm not saying that some of the stuff people isn't that they do in restaurants isn't awesome, but a lot of it is. It's a business. A lot of it is side stuff. You know what I mean? Scraps.
Maximizing your profitability.
Yeah, it's scraps. It's tips. It's all that kind of stuff. You know, we do
where like lo mein or chow mein came from. It's like, hey,
yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah,
we got all this leftover stuff. Throw it in the pan.
When I cut fillets, tenderloins, we'll check this out. I got this from Travis P11 in one of his
beer.
No, it's a Ruger koozie.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Aren't you special? Yeah. Being part of the Travi.
With a birch beer. Put my birch beer in my Ruger koozie. I don't even own a Ruger.
What kind of birch beer is that?
It's Reading Draft.
Oh.
PA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you probably get it somewhere. I get it at one of the grocery stores down here.
You ever have? It's probably made by the same company. You ever have that Gettysburg soda maker? It's Gettysburg something. I don't remember what the exact name is. I was at a truck stop the one day down in Gettysburg and seen it, and they had it. It was a pretty darn good birch beer.
No.
The one I don't like is Pennsylvania Dutch. I've never.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that one either. It's okay. This one's really good. If you can get a hold of it, get a hold of it. Sarge had it. Last time Sarge was up here, I took some in to work for him. Yeah, it's Reading Draft, Draft. It's not spelled all weird like the G and an H and stuff. And it's out of handcrafted since 1921, caffeine-free, cane sugar, Reading, PA. Yeah, Reading Soda Works. Whatever, which I don't know. It's just something that they have here that you can buy at the grocery store, so it's nice. There's a couple other ones
in the bottle.
What?
Diabetes in the bottle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good stuff though.
Delicious.
It's got a really good birch flavor. Like it's really heavy on the birch. It's nice.
Now, Midnight, here's the real question: is it corn syrup or sugar?
Oh, it's cane sugar. It says it's cane sugar.
There we go.
Which I will say this. I've had other cane sugar sodas. Like there's I guess I guess a lot of them do. I think it was a Sprite. That's why I bought Midnight's just for chats too.
Your laptop.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the birch beer. I'm like, what? I just bought it to try it. I think it was cane sugar. I bought a cane sugar Sprite. I didn't like it. It was too sweet. Like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny that, they're not using the high fructose and all that kind of stuff, but it tasted sweeter. It wasn't as, I don't know. I didn't really dig it. I didn't like it as much, but this is really good. It's not super, super sweet like that. Vandalistica says tiny water. That's how you know people have been watching my channel for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about the tiny waters.
About stealing your son's tiny waters.
Yep, my little tiny waters. Yeah. Well,
I still say you need to try Boylan's birch beer if you ever find it.
Yeah, I
think it's out of. I think they're out of New York City.
Oh,
so
really?
yeah, so you should be able to hunt it down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was we were talking about one time on here. I think it was Bear Run. When I was a kid, we used to be able to buy that at the grocery store when I was a kid, and it came in. Now I just had another one. There was another one. What's the one that you said?
Who?
The first one you said, Guns and Barbecue.
Boylan's? Or are you talking about the Pennsylvania Dutch?
Pennsylvania Dutch, yeah. Yeah, I remember we used to get Pennsylvania Dutch, and it was pretty good. I mean, I like this better. And then there was another one that was called like Bear Run or Frozen Run. I think it was Frozen Run. And it's funny because when you went to the grocery store, it was like the 2-liter bottles or whatever. And it was the same birch beer, and it was either red, white, or blue. They would color it red. They would leave it clear. It was clear. It wasn't white, but it was clear. It was red, white, or like blue. It looked like Windex. And I just remember them always being in the grocery store when I was a kid too. Yeah, when I was young, my grandma had a friend and their family.
Did you ever talk to people out of state and mention birch beer and have them just dumbfounded?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like, people are like, "Oh, root beer," and it's like, no, it's not root beer. It's different. It's more specific to.
We talk about
flavor.
birch beer.
Yeah.
You guys talked about food so much, I had to go get something to eat.
See, this is why I grabbed a 1 pound bag of candy.
You weren't here when I said it. I said, yeah, I'm drinking the birch beer. I was like, I brought some in for you guys that day you were in the restaurant.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people in the South don't even know what birch beer is. It's definitely a Northeast thing.
Clovertax said frozen runs. That's what happens to an Eskimo after Taco Bell trip. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when you eat too many Choco Tacos.
Yeah. But they, when I was a kid, my grandma's friend used to have this family pig roast every summer, and we would get invited to it because, we're really good friends. I mean, I went to high school. I went to school with the grandkids and all that. Like, we knew the kids there. And they would do a whole pig. This is right up your alley, Guns and Barbecue. It was a whole pig. They'd start it the night before on a spit over coals. And they would stuff it, too. It'd have, like, a bread stuffing in it like you would do with the turkey. And that shit was just fucking amazing.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah.
So whenever I hear somebody stuffing a pig, it's always, sausage or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was a bread stuffing like you would stuff for turkey for Thanksgiving. And they do a whole pig, and they'd have, all the sides. And it was like people would bring their own stuff too. You know what I mean? Like, it was like a potluck or whatever. people would be bringing salads and coleslaw and all this kind of shit. There was always like a ton of food, man. Desserts, brown, like it was just this huge spread. It was a couple hundred people, and they would get a cart, a beer cart, or a keg cart, or whatever you'd want to call it, a wagon, I guess. And it was this wagon or tow behind trailer. I don't want to say wagon. I should be saying trailer. A tow behind trailer that you would tow behind literally like a car, and a trailer hitch. And it had four kegs in it. And they always had 3 beers and a birch beer. So as a kid, at this pig roast, and there's volleyball, and there's like, they're playing all these cool games and all this kind of shit. They had this awesome big backyard, and we played volleyball and all these, all this kind of stuff. And then you'd be able to run over to and draw a keg, a birch beer off straight out of a keg. It was awesome.
Oh, wow.
You had me at birch beer on tap. That's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of people, like, it was so neat too, because like, the adults are going over there for like, and drinking beer and stuff, and you could run over as a kid and get birch beer straight out of the tap. Awesome. And then I just remember them bringing this whole pig out, and a couple of the guys would go over and just start pulling chunks of it off and taking it over to, it wasn't like heated. They didn't have like a heated buffet or anything. It was just outside, but they just bring a big tray of like pork over and then a big tray of the stuffing over and stuff. It was just awesome. I can't have
stuffing.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think I might have to try stuffing a pig with stuffing. Thought about that. It was a lot of stovetop though.
Yeah, it was super good. Hey, I'm having some trouble here with my.
No, he's breaking up for me too.
Oh, that was him? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. All right. Okay.
George.
Yeah. Yeah, her dad had a pig roast and she was a vegetarian.
Well, yeah, that's really more on you than it is the pig or your dad.
Yeah. Your dad knows best.
I mean,
always. Yeah.
I mean, do you have any idea how hard it is to find an avocado or an artichoke that's big enough to feed like 30 people, let alone one that's going to fit inside the pig roaster? Ice cream not from Taco Bell.
I think it's my headphones. It's not you guys. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Well, perfect time for even more inane yammer. Pew Pew Park, no. Choco Taco, you're right. Choco Tacos do not come from Taco Bell. However, oddly enough, Taco John's used to have them on the menu, even though it's the same ones you can just get from like the gas station. So there you go. That was healthy eating. A Taco Bravo. A churro and a Choco Taco.
Foss said they used to do a pig.
Mm-hmm.
Dig a pit, heat the rocks. Wow, that's awesome. Samoan style. That's cool. Do you guys put banana leaves over it and stuff?
One sold by now. I don't know. How hard is it to get like fresh banana leaves on or here in the U.S.?
Platypus.
No. Wrong mammal there.
Banana leaves over it and stuff.
And now we'll all be very quiet while Vandalistica messes with his microphone and we hear ourselves on feedback.
Oh, I thought it was already muted. My bad.
No. How you doing, Vandalistica?
I'm good, man. I'm really good. I had a half day at work because all the computers and telephones stopped working at the hospital. And I was on the way home and thought, I might jump in and reply to one of the 500 emails I've been sent by Travis. So
Yeah, man, don't worry about him. He's a spam bot. Hormel pays him extra to throw out emails. And I think Travis froze. You know, Vandalistica, you were saying that the computers and phones went down at work. You jump in here, and now Midnight's having internet issues. I think I'm seeing a common denominator here.
No, I'm redoing my. I'm futzing with my headphones here. It's not you guys. It's me.
I know. I'm just giving Vandalistica shit because that's him. I'm contractually obligated to give people shit every few minutes.
So I think I could say something really unpopular, and that's
here we
I'm
go.
not a
Here
big fan of pig roast.
You're not a fan of pig roast?
No. I find at least the ones I've been to, every once in a while there's a really good one. It's kind of my barbecue pet peeve. I actually made a little video on it, but then I had somebody ask me to do like a top 5. So one day I'll get around to that. Anyways, I find them to be more novelty than everything. Everybody's, drinking, having a good time, which is great. But when you get down to the meat, I find it to be very bland. Because it seems like a lot of people, they think that they just they get this pig, throw it on a spit, and then it's done. But they don't do anything to prep the meat. They don't season it in any way, anything like that. And just majority that I've had, just like I said, very bland.
Well, I think one of the things that a lot of people don't do is they don't do it with turkeys or chickens or anything either, too, is separate the meat from the skin and get some seasoning underneath that skin. If you can do that, man, you're kicking ass and taking names. Like if you take the time to get underneath that skin of that pig, put some seasoning under there, even if it's just like a seasoning, like a paste made out of seasonings and spices and garlic and salt and pepper or whatever the hell it is, you can get it under there. It does 2 things. It gives a lot of flavor to the meat that normally you couldn't get in there. And 2, when you can separate that skin from something, when you can physically get your hand under there and separate the skin from the meat on a turkey, on a chicken, or a pig or something like that, it gives it a chance for that skin to separate a little bit while it's cooking, and it'll get super, super crispy, crunchy, crackly.
I was about to say cracklins. I absolutely love them. And every pig roast that I've been to, I've never gotten to have them because people don't do the skin right.
Yeah.
And that's, like I said, it seems like a lot of people, they go out, buy that big spit, and they're like, well, I'm going to go buy a pig now and throw it on there. And, they throw a bunch of sausage inside or something because they heard to do that. And then people are like, oh, you're a pitmaster god. And, well, yeah, you're having a great time. You're drinking. You're around friends, family, playing games, cornhole, whatever. But like I said, I just...
Oh, now, hey, now.
I focus
you do whatever you want to at your fucking family parties. We're not cornhole.
You might want to rephrase the phrase fucking family gathering there at midnight.
But yeah, when it gets down to the meat, I'm not typically impressed. And like I said,
your wife.
That's what she said.
Every once in a while, there's one where you can tell they put time into prepping that meat and cutting skin back on like the shoulders and the hams to make sure they got. What am I missing?
Get control of yourself, Midnight.
We're children. That's the problem. We're children.
This I can't see the chat, so
you see, Midnight gets that one. Midnight's really a lightweight. He gets a birch beer in him, not even a full one, and already he's acting loopy.
Little bit of sugar. Acting limpy. What?
Loopy.
Shit really went off the rails here. The fucking goddamn platypus showed up.
Well, he did break all
like an area of effect.
He did break like all the computers and phones at his place of business. So
no, but you're dead on, man. Like, and I think that there's a lot of stuff like that though. There's a lot of there's things that people do. They buy certain types of food because it's easier to do. It's one of the reasons I love chicken thighs so much, because they're so forgiving. They've got a lot of flavor to them and a lot of moisture to them already, and
yes. Oh my God. Yes.
yeah, I got my boss hooked on these grilled chicken thighs with this sauce we use at work.
Whoa.
Robo. And I'm robotic.
Well, it's like going through a synthesizer. You start talking, but then like a half second later, you start it's like detuning or something.
Oh, that's weird. It sounds fine to me. I didn't hear any weird reverb or echo or anything.
No, it's not
anything. Maybe it's you. But and it's like, I always feel bad when people there's just certain things that people do that, you kind of cringe, like you feel bad. And I don't bitch at people for how they cook or whatever. People ask me my opinion a lot of times, and I'll give them tips. You know what I mean? I'm not afraid of oh, you know what would be really good if you tried this or did this next time, or do this. That'll keep it from getting dark, or it'll keep it from getting dry. But people will take these super big chicken breasts and season them and throw them on the grill. And it's like, holy shit, you know how long that's got to be there to cook? Your outside is going to be charcoal till you're done. So there's little tips and stuff, but yeah, it's funny. People do like you're talking about a pig or chicken thighs or something that normally would be bomb proof, or we're talking about pork butts or something like that. That's going to be it's going to have a lot of fat to it. It's going to be naturally moist and have good flavor. You just need to make it a little bit better. You just need to not screw it up. But yeah, you see that a lot where people just take a big ass piece of meat and think I just cook the shit out of it till it's done. It's like, oof.
I actually had a couple people come to me asking me to do a whole pig, and I was like, why? They're like, oh, I want to have it there and present. I was like, how about we do this? I'll go get, however many pork shoulders. I don't remember how big the party was. Mm-hmm. I'll get some pork shoulders, some pork loins. We'll pull it and do the whole pulled pork thing. I was like, I'll go talk to a couple butchers, see if I can't get a hog's head. I'll throw it on the smoker, get some color on it. We'll put the
fake
apple in its mouth. And I was like, I guarantee you nobody's going to know the difference.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, and I'm going to save you money hand and fist. And you're not going to have nearly the waste. And they were ecstatic about it.
Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you what, you want to. I mean, I didn't do it on a grill. But are you calling me a pork butt? Nope. What you gonna do with that big fat butt? Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Careful now, she might get some ideas.
I'll tell you what I did, and I think I've talked about this. I know I've talked about this event because when I was at the place that the wife and I met when we were working there, I did an event for the owner's family reunion. It was his family reunion, and he did it on his birthday. That's the kind of guy he was. That'll tell you something. So it was a couple hundred people. Dude was a big lawyer at the time, lots of money, whatever. And I was very, very young. I was the chef at the time, but I was the chef by default. Like the chef had left. We had a chef, he left. And we hired another chef, and he got in an car accident, and was out. And I think that's when this happened. So we did this event, a couple hundred people for the owners, big deal, big pain in the ass, huge to do. And I did whole roasted groupers, head and tail on. And I think they were each probably 35 pounds each, something like that. One of the craziest things I've ever done. they destroyed it. Like it only lasted half the people, and they were done with them. Like I was like, I got my ass kicked. I got my ass handed to me. Like I was not old enough to be doing what I was doing. I mean, I could pull it off, but I was very inexperienced for the job that I had to do. But yeah, I did my best. Food was good, just wasn't enough of it. I kind of blew it on that. But yeah, I took whole groupers and scored the side 2 days before, like a day and a half beforehand, seasoned both sides, let them rest in the cooler. I was, had like a rub on them. I did this whole 9 yards. I laid like herbs over the top of them, like some fresh herbs, and squeezed a little bit of lemon, and did all this cool stuff ahead of time, and then stood them up, like they were, belly down, backs up on whole roasting pans, and roasted them in the oven. And and that was freaking crazy looking, man, because the skin got real crispy on the outside, but because it still had the skin on the inside, was nice and tender. And basically, I just did like some kind of sauce. I don't remember what kind of sauce I did. I think I did like some sort of vinaigrette, like an herb and garlic vinaigrette to go with it. And people would just come, and like the intention was, and this is where I got burned and I was naive. The intention was for people to come and grab a little bit of the fish and flake a little bit of the fish off and then move to the next thing, grab a little bit of that. You know what I mean? But what happened was people went and they went and they broke off like 6 ounce, 7 ounce chunks of this fish. And what I thought was going to be enough for like 300 people went in like 100 people, because they were taking entree portion sizes of fish. It was pretty awesome. I don't have any pictures of it. That was before, cell phone cameras and shit like that. I think I had my original Nokia at the time. I didn't have any pictures of it, but that was a really cool thing. And talking about whole roasted things and weird things that we've barbecued or grilled or whatever. That was a neat one. Something different.
Yeah, whenever I get asked to do a party or something, I'll always ask the people, what are we cooking for? Well, first I'll ask them, are you going to have somebody serving, plate and serve and take it to them, or are you doing a buffet style where they're taking their own portions? I was like, because then are we cooking for a bunch of fatties? Or,
right.
I was like, because typically I'm going to plan for quarter-pound cooked servings. I was like, but if we're cooking for a bunch of fatties, I was like, and you know your family, I was like, be honest here, are you going to have people that are taking 2 or 3 sandwiches? Because then we need to plan for more.
Yeah. My way, and I deal with a lot of clients myself, like not just myself, but I mean, I will sit in with a lot of clients at the restaurant when we do parties, because people don't always know what they want, and they don't always want to order straight off the menu. Sometimes I have one coming up here in a couple of months. I mean, we've already met with them, but one of the things that they wanted to do was a brunch, and the guy wanted chicken and waffles, and I was like, okay. And they wanted eggs Benedict, and they wanted stuff like this on a buffet. And I was like, sure, here's how we can do it. So I like to sit down with them myself, because then it's like go straight to the horse's mouth kind of thing. But yeah, that's one of the things that I ask is, and I'll say, so what's the demographic of the party? What's it like? Is it a lot of guys? Is it a lot of women? Is there any kids coming? And then you can get an idea of what you're doing, because it makes a difference. It makes a huge difference. We've had, and sometimes you get burned. We've had Sweet 16 parties where they've hardly eaten anything. And some of it's because it's mixed boys and girls, you know what I mean? And, everybody's a little bit shy and they don't really hit the buffet.
God forbid they see you eat.
Right. And then we've had Sweet 16 parties or parties with 16-year-olds that like they have kept me running through the kitchen to keep food in their faces, because it's like a war zone. It's crazy. We've had like mac and cheese bars and stuff like that where it's like they come back down and I'm like, what? no, we just sent one up. They're like, yeah, we know. I'm like, oh shit. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I won't do any events where they're like, yeah, we want you to plate it, serve it, all that. I don't have the resources for that. I'm sorry.
Well, and that's the thing. You do what you can do. Do what you can do and know what you do well and stick to it. When you start leaving your comfort zone and you get burned, that's a bitter pill to swallow. Because it ends up being not worth it. And it's like restaurants that overseat, and then the kitchen crashes, and the servers can't get food out, and it's like, oh, was that extra couple of tables worth it? Because now we're in the weeds, and everybody's pissed off. So it's a balancing act. It's the same thing. You start telling people, oh yeah, I can do that. Oh yeah, I can do that, and then the day of the event comes along, and you're like, how the shit am I going to pull this off? Like, what the fuck did I do? What did I get myself into?
How many covers are you allowed at work now?
We can do 50% inside. So you know what? I don't know what we seat right now because honestly, we did change some stuff up. Because everybody still has to be 6 feet apart. Then we have the outside and stuff like that. Now we did. Saturday, we did like 125-ish or something like that. It's just all at once. Everybody wants to eat at the same damn time. It drives you crazy. Everybody comes out, and it's like from 7 to 8, and you get murdered, and you can't keep up. And then, but up until then, you're standing there waiting for them to come in, It drives you crazy.
You're not doing bookings to like assure the numbers you.
Oh yeah, people. Of that 125, I think 45 of them were reservations. The rest were walk-ins, which is pretty typical. So, if you're getting 30%, normally, reservations are a little bit better on a weekend. You'll get more reservations per volume on a weekend, but we had about 40 or 45 in the books and ended up doing like 120 or 130 or something like that. And that's tough because we're short staffed. We're short a person out front. And we're short a guy in the back. I had a guy quit 2 weeks ago. So we're down a prep guy. So it's just the 4 of us. So that sucks. I don't know that any of us are going to get a day off this week. We're going to try and do like early out one day for everybody or something like that. Yeah, it sucks. It's the bummer of it, man, is there's a lot of places open, but there's still places that aren't, you know what I mean? So where the hell is everybody? So, you're looking for staff and they're just not out there. It's driving me crazy. Where the fuck is everybody,
If you want a blind guy that's handy with a knife, you're going to have to pay me mac and cheese because.
That's fine. Mac and cheese I can do. You name the noodle, whatever noodle you want.
Oh,
I thought you were talking about Rokahawa.
I say, got the ball in my court choosing the noodle. That's
oh yeah,
it's tempting. But no, it's actually funny. I actually butchered a whole deer a year ago, and people are like, "How?" I was like, "Really carefully."
Yeah.
But then I've got my ex who she can't cut a green pepper without having to go to the ER for stitches. Like,
yeah, it's tough. I know when I did a video, I had that Thanksgiving playlist on where I deboned the turkey, and it seems so daunting until you see somebody do something like that, and you're just like, oh, you're just kind of following the bones and following the seams. It's not too bad once you see somebody do it. I haven't done it for years, but we used to. I remember in culinary school, we used to debone chickens, and actually debone it, like 100% debone it, not break it into pieces like I do for my Thanksgiving turkey. But that was always interesting. Yeah, you're left with just a meat skin.
Do you ever see anybody go through culinary school that was visually impaired?
No. Trying to think. No, not when I was there. No, not that I'd ever seen. I'm trying to think if I don't know that I've ever. I don't know of anybody personally. I don't know of anybody in the industry with it that would be visually impaired.
It was only a few years ago. Well, I shouldn't say a few years ago. It's been 6 or 7 since I really started smoking seriously and whatnot. But it was never anything that I considered. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, from what I've been told, I've got a knack for it. And then after this happened, I was like, well, maybe I could go to school for it. But then every time I think about it, I'm like, if I were to work in a kitchen, I would just be way too slow.
Well, I think what you need to do, I think you've got, I think what you do, what you like to do, doesn't need to be, if you would ever want to get into the industry, I think what you do doesn't need to be backed up with culinary school. It would just need to be backed up with the business aspect of it. Because, you could open up, if you would ever decide to open up your own place, and come up with a cool name and do your own barbecue place, there's some cool things you could call it. And
I'll email the logo that I had made up and everything for it. I'm going to say, because literally I went down to Kentucky, spent $6,000 on my smoker, was trying to get things in the process of setting up, my catering service. Now I just do it for friends and family, people that end up at the events and liked what I do. It's kind of bootleg, but I do, a couple things a year. But so I went down to Kentucky, dropped $6,000 on the smoker, and then it was 2 months later, lost my vision. I was like, there's some impeccable timing.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know. I don't know, if you'd ever thought, I don't know if you've ever thought about it. I don't know what what your aspirations are, but I wouldn't let that hold you back for sure. You've got a passion for it. You seem to know what you're talking about. You don't need to know how to chop onions super fast or how to do any of that other shit to work a pit and to run a business. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And say that's something that I've thought about. Now it's more so just going through getting my food handler license, serve safe, all that stuff. And just jumping through the hoops for the Department of Agriculture.
Right. Yeah. Where are you at again? Are you up in Scranton area?
No. I'm about 30 minutes south of Erie.
Oh, okay.
So I'm over in Northwest PA.
Okay. Do you ever deal with Curtsy up there in Erie? Curtsy Food Service?
No, I haven't. I've seen them around, but I normally go to GFS.
Curtsy started out, actually, the wife was up there with me years ago now. We went up to do a tour. Curtsy started out as a meat company that did their own butchery and all that kind of stuff. And then they evolved into a full service, food service, full blown food service kind of company that delivers whatever. They have everything like a Cisco or US Foods or whatever. But that's a cool place. If you're close to up there, what's really nice is they'll cut for the next day. So I can order something. I ordered some steaks today that they'll cut today for me for tomorrow to spec, which is pretty cool. I was just wondering if you knew about them. They're a pretty cool little company. But I don't know. Go ahead.
Into them.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know, man. I think you could, if you thought about it, I think it'd be pretty cool, man. I mean, you would have a hell of a lot of press and a hell of a lot of people interested in a blind dude that's, running a barbecue joint. That'd be pretty cool,
Definitely, but one of the other things is we've got them popping up everywhere now. Seems, I bet you in the last 2 years, there's probably been 6 or 7 that have popped up within a 10 to 15 mile radius of each other.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, right now too, prices are high on everything. I mean, it's just like anything else. I mean, we're in a weird time of society here. Food prices are up there for sure, and center of the plate stuff like proteins, all that kind of shit is pretty expensive right now, man. And places that are doing barbecue are doing, you go into barbecue and it's not like, oh, it's a vegetable. It's not always a vegetable and a potato and then, a 6-ounce piece of meat or something, like a 6-ounce steak or something. You're looking at those proteins being as expensive as ever or more expensive than ever right now. So those keeping those percentages are tough, What the hell are they talking about? Hell's Kitchen, that's an awesome name. Oh, wait, it's taken. Yeah. Talking about dogs and CIA. No, I did not go to CIA. CIA is super expensive.
Well, I mean, not if you agree to do what they actually tell you to do.
Say again? What'd you say?
Me or barbecue?
Whoever. I don't care.
Yeah, barbecue. I was just smart enough.
Oh, no, I say it wasn't. I was just going to tell him that I just sent him an email with the photo of my logo that I had made with the business and all that. And so you can screen share it if you want. I've actually got a copyright on it, so I don't have to worry about anybody stealing it.
Oh, looky here. C4 is being all Mr. Look at me, I'm special. I get to go to the range tomorrow.
And I'm walking outside.
This guy.
That's where it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I got to go.
All right. See you, buddy.
I'll see you later.
Thanks.
I'll holler at you if the August plans work out. So
yeah. Let me know.
All right. See ya.
There you go. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Honestly, if I did do it, sorry, what's that? Find it.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's neat.
Thanks. But yeah, if I do anything, I don't think I would go storefront. Seems like there'd just be way too much to it. Yeah, travel around, maybe go town to town 5 days a week, and then leave my weekends open for special events. Possibly do fairs in the summer or something like that.
Mm. Yeah, well, it's nice to not have all the overhead and do all that kind of bullshit. The Pennsylvania is not too super duper like crazy as far as off premise food, as far as I know. Some states have a lot of not certificates, but licenses you have to do and all that kind of stuff. I don't think that Pennsylvania is all that tough as far as that shit. It's not super expensive to get into,
I've got a buddy who has a food truck, and they shut him down on his own property because he didn't have his well tested. And he said he wasn't using his well. They're like, it doesn't matter. You're on the property. You could use it. Right. So it needed to be tested before. And so he was shut down for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I was like, holy cow. So that's something I'd have to worry about is if I show up somewhere and I've got my own water source and all that, and if they've got a well on the property and for some reason Department of Agriculture, whoever came in and started to bust my balls, if they're like, hey, there's a well on this property and it should have been tested, I'm SOL.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of there is a lot of weird stuff with that. It's the same thing in restaurant when they come in and inspect you. There's weird stuff. I know one of them.
You just have to remember to get that lettuce sandwich ready for the inspector.
Yeah. One of the things that we got inspected this was years ago, and they there's a lot of stuff that you don't think about too, like where equipment is and how close equipment is to other stuff and like all that kind of shit. You just you put stuff. You're just like, oh yeah, just slide it right there. There you go. Bang. Let's start cooking, And they come in and they're like, oh, your fryer's too close to your grill. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And you're like, what do you mean? They're like, oh, if your fryer is so close to within so many feet of your grill, the grill's got open flames. You got to have a shield. So we had to have this stainless steel shield built to go between our grill and our fryer. Which I understand why, because you've got a lot of oil in the air and the fryer's frying. There's, fryer oil spitting out sometimes and whatnot. And, you don't want it to get onto the grill and catch. And then, next thing you know, you gotta, whole place goes up, whatever. Is it going to happen? No. Has it happened to somebody? Maybe once, sometime. And they didn't clean their kitchen worth of shit and they had a fire and now they have to do that. But one of the things was fryer's not allowed to be on wheels, which is really weird. Because I was like, they came in and we were moving stuff around and I was like, man, like we got to get this thing on some wheels. This is such a pain in the ass to move this fryer because the grill, the flat top, the oven, everything's on wheels. The coolers, everything's on wheels in the kitchen, so you can move it when you need to. And the fryer's not. And I was like, man, this thing is such a pain in the ass to move because you got to like walk it. You know what I mean? Like you've ever had like a big piece of equipment that doesn't have wheels, you like tilt it and you move it. You tilt it and you move it and you kind of walk it to where you want to go. So you do that with the fryer and the thing's fryer oil's hot or it's splashing around or whatever. And I was like, man, it'd be so much nicer to have this on wheels and just be able to move it, clean underneath it, move it back. And they're like, oh, you can't do that. That's dangerous. Like, what do you mean it's dangerous? They're like, oh, you're not allowed to have a fryer on wheels because it's dangerous. Somebody could, I don't know what they could do. I mean, I don't remember what the guy said, but he said, oh, you can't do that. It's dangerous to have it on wheels. I'm like, so it's more dangerous to have it on wheels it's more dangerous to have it on wheels to be able to roll it and clean it than me walking this thing like 6 feet so I can clean around it and behind it and all that kind of stuff. He's like, well, I don't know. It's just, it's always
That's
something.
stupid because like not only the danger aspect of a hot thing and
Right.
possibly, spilling substance,
Yeah.
but then that gets on the ground and then it's slick.
Right.
So that's a slip hazard.
Yeah.
And then you could absolutely wrench your back trying to move that thing.
Yeah, for sure. And that and when you're moving it, you're putting stress on the legs and you're also digging into the floor. You know what I mean? You're scratching the floor and scraping the floor. I was like, this is so dumb. It is just like, I was like,
They don't want any little cracks or things that bacteria can build up in, but they'll let you drag that across the floor.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not allowed to. Yeah. You got to be super, super careful with everything, but you got to muscle that thing around like you're Lou Ferrigno or something. Yeah. So goofy. Yeah.
Kind of curious how that would go for a concession trailer. Because you're always the limit on space in there.
Yeah, well, and with that too is, I mean, I don't know if you have stuff in the trailer, I wonder if you're allowed to have anything on wheels, or it might all have to be hard fastened. You know what I mean? So when you're driving and doing all that kind of stuff, so that it isn't going all, rolling around all over the place back there playing, ping pong back and forth in your trailer. I don't really know. I don't know anybody that has. I mean, there's lots of people, places that have food trucks. I don't know personally anybody that has one. So throwing frozen stuff in the fryer with open flames around, yeah. Hulk fry, yeah, basically. That's always a good joke if you got, and nobody's paying attention. You walk by the fryer and throw an ice cube in the fryer. That always gets people's attention. Spits and sputters and freaks out all over the place. What the hell is that?
Hypothetically.
Yeah, hypothetically. Yeah.
Now, you see, Midnight is jackassery like that made them say, hey, you have to have this fryer further away from the flat top.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
When my ex was pregnant with our daughter, we were doing fried catfish, and she really wanted a piece, and it wasn't done yet. And for some reason, she thought it was, and she goes and starts reaching into the fryer, and I had just turned around. I'm like, no! And she just wasn't thinking. And she's like, oh, God. I was like, that would have been really bad. What are you doing? I was like, plus they're in a basket. If you wanted one that bad, just pull the basket up. I was like, but they're not done yet.
That seems like a natural selection kind of thing. Like, if you're going to do that, you're probably not long for this world. It could have been worse. I guess you could have went bobbing for it, like bobbing for apples or something.
She didn't bob for anything.
Cortez, George wants an air fryer. Yeah, everybody talking about goddamn air fryers. Air fryers are a cool new thing.
They just seem way too bulky for what you can actually cook in them.
I've never used one. I don't know. I'm not going to.
I haven't used one either. It's just looking at them at the store. They just look like they would take up so much counter space. And then when you look at the inside, it doesn't seem like it would cook a whole lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like every couple of years there's a new hotness as far as the cooking utility amp or appliance devices.
Mm-hmm.
Like back in the mid-2000s, it was those rotary pizza ovens. Then a couple of years ago, it was the Instapots, and now it's the air fryers. But I will say, those rotary pizza ovens kick ass. Hey, you laugh. I've been using mine for 14 years or so.
It's a lot of banana pizzas.
Yeah, especially when, for probably about 5 years or so, every Thursday night when I got done with work, throw pizza on there. Just like air poop popper that pop popcorn.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like air popcorn.
Wait, so there's just like a little, is it like a toaster oven kind of thing, but it turns?
For the popcorn or for the pizza?
No, for the pizza.
Okay, imagine if you've got like a pizza pan, but it's got like a little spindle in the center of it that hooks into it just sets down on a base. And then imagine like a regular slice of pizza about that size, underneath and above that with two rather large heating elements. So you're cooking both the top and the bottom, or you can select it for cooking just the bottom or just the top, which like stuffed crust and some like the rising crust pizzas says to do. Then the entire pizza pan rotates. So it's cooking progressive, or it's like heating up, cooling down, heating up, cooling down, and it gets it real even and cooks it a lot faster, or somewhat faster, because you don't have to wait for it to preheat, or it doesn't take as long to like heat up than like your oven or a toaster oven does. So
I don't think I've ever seen one.
Oh, you poor backwards Kiwi.
I haven't cooked anything in my house for about 2 months. Just letting you know. So I'm lower middle class. I order all my food from delivery. Uber Eats.
Oh, holy shit. Did you guys see the video of that Uber driver that got with the drive-by?
Oh, that popped up on my thing where if you don't know the context of it, it just looks like this guy's like dancing around back and forth, kind of juking and jogging on this guy's porch.
Yeah, it was scary as shit, man. Like, he came to drop off some food and a car drove by and started taking shots. I don't know if they were shooting at him or if it was
just, oh shit, someone's shooting.
I'm not 100% sure. I didn't look it up as an article or something.
When did that happen? Oh, that's the thing.
Recently, I think.
Yeah, this is like the new 2020 model. Mine's from like the first year. As a matter of fact, Vandalistica, if you go onto my channel and look under foods.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, do it. Beer and pizza review. I think it's like the first or third one where you actually see one of these in action.
Fine. What's the name of your channel?
Fine Ape 1393.
That's what I thought, but when I was searching that, I tried it each way with the space, without the space, and nothing's coming up.
Well, maybe I've been shadow banned.
Well, how many subs do you have?
156. Yeah, so I'm not going to have like the youtube.com Fine Ape 1393.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's earlier when I was talking about Cosane Arms. That's what was happening is when I would look up Cosane Arms, it wasn't coming up with like the logo. It was just coming up with videos, so yeah, that's what was so weird about them. Hey, Black Cat.
Wow, good damn, I got another 1,000 views on that. Sweet.
I haven't looked at my total views in a long time. I should.
Where is it? Create a playlist.
I've almost cracked 30.
30 views?
Yeah.
Go away. Yeah, it'll be the beer and sandwich time buffalo chicken pizza and Line and Kugel Snowdrift.
I have 134,878 views.
I think I'm just shy of the 2,000 mark.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's good or bad for only being on here for like 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's just it depends if you get a video that catches. Like I have a couple of videos that did pretty good. I have a unboxing of a Vortex Red Dot that's got 23,000. My Gun Vice video has 13,000, and then I've got some weird ones like the video that I did about my buck knife. When I polished my buck knife, the brass pommels on it has got 12,000 views. I've got 12,000 views on my Stack-On gun safe dehumidifier. Oh. Yeah, a couple of good ones.
So here's a food idea that I've been kicking around. I haven't done it yet because, I can't have regular food yet. But I was thinking about doing like a taco stuffed shell. I don't know if I had talked to you about this or not. If I have, just tell me to shut up. But I was thinking about taking taco meat, maybe some refried beans, Mexican blend cheese and whatnot, put it all in a jumbo shell, and then instead of using red sauce, actually just using salsa to cover everything.
Mm-hmm. Say it again. Start that again.
So my idea is like a taco themed stuffed shell. So thinking about taking like taco meat, maybe some refried beans, Mexican blend cheese. I haven't decided if I wanted to put anything else in there. but put that all in the stuffed shell. Then instead of using like marinara sauce or anything to cover it, using just salsa to cover everything and bake it.
You know what else? You know what else would be? I'll tell you what would be cool too is to do it like a lasagna with tortillas.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Do like to do a layer of tortillas, even like like corn tortillas, something with a lot of flavor and something real crunchy. Corn tortillas, meat, corn tortillas, cheese, corn tortillas, beans, corn. And just go and build it up, and then just roast that bitch in the oven. And
that'd be interesting.
That would be. I did just like as a weird thing. I did, and it turned out pretty good. My wife's family, I do too. I mean, pierogies. They're Polish and Russian, and they love pierogies. And I did a pierogi lasagna one time, and I did like layers of potato and cheese and noodle and butter, and did that, and then baked it. And it tasted like a damn pierogi. I think I did a little bit of caramelized onion too, little caramelized onion mixed in there. And that was damn good. It was kind of weird, but it was really neat. Like it was a fun little dish.
That sounds absolutely incredible. I think pierogies are one of those magical foods, I think.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that one was pretty cool. And then, but I remember, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but you know how people do like cold pizza, where they'll do layers of like cream cheese and layers of shrimp and peppers and cocktail sauce and stuff like that, and you kind of eat it like a dip.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff is super fun, man. Like people love that shit.
And so now you got my brain turning, thinking about things.
Yeah. Yeah, the nacho, like a nacho lasagna or a taco lasagna or something like that would be super fun.
How would you maintain the corn chip integrity? Because that's what you kind of want, right? Is the crunch out of that?
Well, some of it would be crunchy, some of it wouldn't, and that's kind of the tough part is you have to be okay with maybe the inside being like tender. But that's why I would say use like a really super flavorful corn tortilla so that even though it's not crunchy, you still have that corn tortilla flavor. But if you do the bottom layer like double thick with tortilla, I would even say you could probably crunch them up a little bit. If you do the bottom layer extra thick, the bottom of it as long as you don't make it super, super thick, the bottom should stay crunchy because of the heat. The heat would keep it sort of crisp from the bottom. And then I would top it off with a layer too. So it's crunchy on the top, it's crunchy on the bottom, and then everything inside is like nice and soft and tender. It'll be really good.
Yeah, I was going to say the other thing you could do is once everything's done and you're ready to serve, just take a couple shells and crumble them over.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah.
And it's because even if everything does, get a little soft, then you still have that crunch with each bite, hopefully.
Yeah,
or you could possibly just serve it with tortilla chips, depending on how it ended up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And people could just, get those scoops or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Are they talking about views out there? Ape threw up there. Ape threw Pete's GoFundMe up there again. Fine Ape Pete. It's up to $414. That's awesome. So if anybody out there hasn't done it that wants to, give it a shot, man. Helping a little pup out.
Does it say how many people have donated?
14.
14 people.
Oh, that's a pretty good number then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
I just finally got the analytics page to load for my YouTube channel. It's 12,901 views. And I think that might be 10 years.
How many of that? What's your number one video? Like, what's your percentage of? Do you have like one good video and then the rest of them are like bummers, or what?
I've got a couple of videos that hit off of Reddit.
Oh, okay.
One was that fully semi-automatic, which was like a 20-second video, but it was just it did really well with those guys.
Right.
And then I think another one was a similar meme one. It might have been like the transgender transformer one.
What was that? What was the video that you? I was watching it while I was like making breakfast or something, or cooking lunch for my kid, and it was where you were randomly talking to people. Like, it's like the video chat, but it's like you don't know who you're gonna talk to. It's like random.
Yeah, Omega.
Yeah, and the chick, you told that chick the joke or something, and she didn't get it. Dude, I laughed so hard at that. I was like, oh my God, she doesn't get it.
She couldn't understand for the longest time too that it was an original joke.
Yeah, I was like, oh man. Can't tell that joke now. We'd all be in jail.
That was hard work.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, I had to rewind it and listen to it again. I was like, what did he just say? I was like half paying attention. I was like, what the hell did he just say?
I haven't been on there for ages because I think if you've seen probably in that video, I might have cut it all out, but it's just a bunch of dudes with no pants on that website.
I'd never heard of it. I had never heard of it before.
It's been around for like a long time, but I just never bothered with it before.
I'd never even heard of it. And I was like, and I mean, I guess, you don't really think about things that way. You don't think about the bad parts of things. You always think about, oh, this is pretty cool. Like, you go in there and you click on there, all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, how you doing? Where are you from? Like, oh, this is kind of neat, Talk to somebody from across the world, just randomly, like, oh, what do you do for a living or whatever? And then you'll click on some dude and he's like, or some chick or something, and she's just totally crazy, and some dude that's watching porn or something, and you're like, oh yeah, that could happen too, couldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's why not many people use it. I wonder how many people use that.
I don't know if it's on that video. It might have been a different one, but that one where I was asking people what I should have for dinner.
Oh yeah, that was pretty neat.
And there was a guy whacking it, and then he stopped to say taco. And then carried on. I lifted in because you couldn't see anything. So it's very like, it's right on the edge. Which may or may not have been. I don't know. Didn't ask.
Omegle is like old school chat rooms with a random feature. Yeah. I don't know. Your video came up. I think you did a couple videos, didn't you? Like you did like 2 or 3 of them, I think.
I did 3. I did one with that girl who got tilted, and then I did the second one was actually so long because there was that Korean kid that I talked to. We just got on really well, and we talked for so long that I made it into 2 videos.
Yeah,
and then I haven't been on since.
And that's what I mean. Like, I could totally see people that are like, I think it's probably a little bit weird if you're in a relationship to be doing it, because it's kind of weird. But like, if you're a single person or whatever, like, let's hop on and just bullshit with random people across the world. It's kind of neat. What's up, Black Hat?
Morning.
Evening.
Whatever.
Afternoon.
Kind of blurred the line.
I'm not hearing any sound, buddy. You're talking, but it's not coming through on my end.
He's mumbling.
You hear that?
I hear you.
Was it the sound of you extending your middle finger to Travis?
Wait, did I just lose everybody's sound?
Can you hear me?
Hold on a second.
Pickled
I hear
Peter.
you.
Midnight cannot cook worth a crap.
Taxation is theft.
Mia is too good for Midnight.
My favorite little rascal is Spanky.
My favorite
I hear
little rascal is
everybody.
Buckwheat.
I
Actually,
have
think
two
Buckwheat's
pickles.
the best also.
Okay, so Vandal can hear me. Vandal can hear Black Tap. Vandal can hear Barbecue. Barbecue can hear Black. Black can hear Ape.
Midnight, you are the weakest link.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Wouldn't it be some shit if he just heard us all say goodbye at the same time, and so he just ended it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he'd have to do some explaining to Mia since she's, I won't say only here to hear my wonderful announcer voice.
Maybe time to retire my headphones.
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah. Can you hear
I
Black
can
Cat
hear
now?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I can hear you guys now. I can hear you now. What's up, Black Cat?
not much. What's going on this morning?
What's the matter, buddy? You sound sleepy.
Yeah, I just got up. Well, about 20 minutes ago.
Guy's been sleeping all day. What a bum.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
That
then he
whole
gets
4.5 hours, I'm refreshed.
Yeah.
can't
Dude,
Whoa.
be cutting out for everyone else too.
Yeah.
Yep.
We just lost your audio, Midnight.
Yeah, we lost your audio, Midnight.
bitch.
There, it came right back on when he said bitch.
Yeah.
Now,
So where are
Midnight,
you
it
off to
came
tonight?
back when you like leaned forward, so
Well,
and he froze.
Is it
Nope, he
Bluetooth
blinked.
headset?
But
Hold on here.
where's Night Strike? Give him a call.
no, please don't. So, Black Cat, were you able to stop to jam the right size paper clip into your seatbelt to keep it from buzzing this time?
Yeah, that's fixed now, I guess.
Okay.
I figured out how to disconnect it later on.
With a totally and 100% OSHA and Department of Highway Safety approved modification, I'm sure.
Yes, of course, yeah.
It's called
It
not
didn't-
telling your supervisor or the maintenance personnel.
Yeah, it did involve jamming something metal into it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, usually some of the best fixes in the world involve either jamming metal into or jamming metal on top of.
Yeah.
That's what all the prisoners I talk to say.
Yeah. Everything fun in life involves jamming something into something.
Except for vaccines and blood drawing. Screw needles.
Yeah.
You don't like getting needles?
I'm getting better with having my blood drawn every 6 months, but other than that, no, I just do not like needles.
So I
kinda
heard
like it.
Yeah.
back in the day before they had Viagra in the pill, apparently you had to give yourself a shot straight in the willy.
What the fuck are you watching?
I just heard. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But
Of what though?
Heard.
really want to lay the hammer down if you're willing to put a needle in there.
Well, you know, the power of
Whoa, what was that?
Everybody
Did
alive?
you get bombed by Big Pfizer? You took a shit about Viagra and then the whole thing exploded?
No. I don't know what the hell it is. I'm using a USB headset, and every once in a while the microphone just goes crazy, but all I have to do is plug it in and unplug it. No, here I just thought I had just dropped the bomb of knowledge and funniness that everyone just lost their shit by me saying the power of boners is powerful indeed.
I Again, pulling it in and taking it out fixes all kinds of problems too, evidently.
Yeah, apparently it does. Just jiggle the cord, plug it in, plug it out.
So where are you off to tonight or today, whatever the heck you want to call it, Black Cat?
Oh, fuck, I'm trying to remember. I got Easton, PA, and then like Schnecksville, which is over above Allentown, and then down towards Philly to pick up stuff.
I don't like going around Allentown too tight when I was there, at least where I had to go to.
Giggity.
No pun intended.
Too late.
I just realized what I said after I said it.
Especially after what we were just talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're talking about having to jam your schlong with Viagra and stuff. I mean, yeah.
Hey, can I ask? I know it's been a little while since it all happened, so I suppose it's already been done to death with all the gun shows and whatever. But Oklahoma,
Yeah, it's a state. What about it?
is it, or is it half of a state?
It's still up in the air, kind of. It's one of those things where it's a where technically, yes, practically, it's too early to really tell any kind of fallout there's going to be from it. I mean, you've got everything from people saying, "Oh, this part of Oklahoma is no longer part of the union. Woohoo! Drill your third holes, cut down your barrels, blah 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 blah." And other people are just saying, no, it simply means that if you're a member of one of these tribes, you cannot be held accountable by federal law unless it's under tribal law by the Bureau of Indian Affairs or whatever the new politically correct term is.
I thought it was state law, not federal law, because aren't all reservations still under federal law?
They're under the purview of the. Once again, I don't remember what it's actually called now or whether it's still called the Bureau of Indian Affairs. It probably got changed sometime back in the 80s or that. But, yeah, the federal government still has, I don't want to say domain because it's technically sovereign land, but they still have control in that because we used to go out to anyone out there who knows the upper Midwest. We used to go out to Mobridge, South Dakota every once in a while and talk to some of the troopers that are there, and they said, yeah, we can be chasing someone 120 miles an hour. They get onto the reservation. We got to stop and wait for the feds to, come and do their thing. A cranky Cletus Lasagna. Wes Cavine, are you trying to get some of the Uncle Jim show into the midnight show, talking about Lasagna?
Do you guys think that Midnight likes watching us hijack his show while he's having these technical difficulties?
I wouldn't say we're hijacking it. I mean, no one's trying to sell little blue pills. No one's trying to convince people that the fluoridation in the water is what's turning the amphibians bi-curious.
Yeah, if anybody was going to hijack the show, they'd do something like, say, while you're on the internet, why don't you go to YouTube/Vandalistica Vlogs and watch all my videos on repeat and thumb them all up and then occasionally thumb a couple down just for a variance. But who's going to do that?
Yeah, or check out the Gay Frog Chat by E Honda 720 and laugh and ridicule what he says. Or send all dick pics, hate mail, and show ideas to shootingleftofcenter@gmail.com.
Oh, God.
Oh, come on. Yankee's already complained that he's reached his, what is it that Gmail gives you, like a 10 gigabyte?
Yeah, Yankee needs to lay down and go to sleep, man. That guy's...
Well, he's home alone for the next couple weeks, so that's probably not going to happen. And once again, we threw the link out there for Pete's Pup. If you haven't donated yet, or if you know someone who's a sucker for puppies, go over there and let's see if we can't help them. At least if we can't pay the entire bill, at least take a chunk out of the sting of the bill so his puppy can get into leg fix.
Okay.
Oh shit, he's back. Everyone can be
I
quiet.
was about to say we could try and get him demonetized, but just thinking it made him pop back up.
Yeah.
Look, everybody turn off the porn we were showing.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about puppies there.
Yeah, puppies. Everybody likes puppies. Who doesn't like puppies? If you don't like puppies, you're a communist.
Or a gay frog.
Or a trash
Pete's pup. Yeah. Guitar Man Pete's pups out there. What were you guys talking about? Were you talking about Oklahoma and Yankee, or what were you talking about?
Yeah, Vandalist was asking about the whole Oklahoma deal.
Shoving needles in your willy.
Oh yeah, Chief Gun Snob, big Chief Gun Snob out there.
Hey now. Let's not culturally appropriate his whatever his snob is.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not really sure. It was too close to call.
I don't know. That's a mess out there, man. Who knows what that's going to turn into? That's going to be a pain in the ass at the very least. Because now people aren't going to. Some people are going to want to recognize it. Some people aren't. You know.
I think Elizabeth Warren's going to run for president of the Oklahoma Indian Reservation now.
Chief.
No, I think they're just going to run her off. They're going to run her off and say, "No, get out of here. Leave us alone."
They're going to invite her in and then use her as a sacrifice.
I don't think they do that anymore.
No?
I have.
No.
Darn it. Not saying that I want to see her used as a sacrifice. I'm just disappointed that sacrifices aren't being done anymore. Just in case, Big Brother's listening.
Always. I don't want to get ready.
Maybe they could get Indian casinos on their bit, and then at least that's a revenue stream.
That's what we told him, man. Gun Snob Casino. He didn't want anything to do with it. He said.
Well,
he's part Cherokee, isn't he?
Yeah, he does have American Indian in him somewhere.
Jeep Cherokee.
He's had
somewhere.
Usually every
some
other Thursday
days
night.
He has more Native American in him than others. I bet.
Every other Thursday night.
I was gonna say it. He does not discriminate. He's had every kind of race, creed, everything in him at some point.
Now you sound like Yankee again. Going on one of his.
Stacy's somewhere getting angry for no reason.
She wakes up out of a dead sleep. Punches him in the side of the head.
You know what you did. In my dream.
No, I really just don't see Snob as a people person. He works on cows and moldy old trailers. Do you really think that he'd be running a casino?
I bet he'd run a crooked one.
I mean, unless he wanted to act as an enforcer for somebody else, or no, I'm not the owner. I'm just the big son of a bitch that's going to throw your sorry ass out.
Could see him at the end of the night. You let people win how much? You're fired.
Look, I don't
Nobody
care.
wins here.
I don't care if it's federal law that says that they got to win 95% of the time. That's a lot of monies.
Snob would be the only casino in the United States that nobody's ever won anything in. And he'd love it.
I get jackpot. Yeah, you did. What's jackpot? A kick in the boot. Get out of here. Hey, why is it this all-you-can-eat buffet is just entrails and gristle?
Hoofs. Can I get another slice of antler, please?
Hey, do you have any more of this intestinal jello?
Do you really think an all-you-can-eat buffet would survive anywhere in Snob's presence? Come on now.
Well, yeah, Mr. Snob, sir. What do you mean? You sat down to taste stuff and you never stopped. You went through 3 sides of beef. Well, I killed and raised the damn thing, so I might as well eat them. I'm done.
Open up a Brazilian steakhouse and be done with it. You can just cut chunks of meat off for people, and that's it.
Ooh.
This is turning into like a Gun Snob roast at this point.
No, he would do great. Cut chunks, go out, grab a cow,
chainsaw,
chunk it up. Yeah, it'd be good to go.
Mm-hmm. Snob's Brazilian beef barbecue, waxed while you wait.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd be wax, he said. I'm sorry.
Hey, now, this is a family show, mister.
No,
we had an incident with one of the employees refilling a mayonnaise jar, so we're not, we're zero tolerance on that.
This ended being a family show when Guns of Barbecue brought up jamming a needle into your yeehaw in order to set it up, okay?
Yeah, what the hell was that all about? I heard bits and pieces of that while I was trying to get...
I blame Fine because he meant... Well, we can actually put it on Black Cat because he was making a reference to taking things in and out. And then I think Fine Ape said something about that's fine and dandy, but not with needles. And then it just reminded me of a story where I heard that before Viagra was this convenient pill, apparently if you wanted to get it up and had, ED, apparently you had to put a shot in there to do so, which, I mean, that's commitment to wanting to do that.
Yeah.
I actually remember seeing a prosthetic. Have any of you ever seen the Gorilla Pod?
Exactly. Where did you see this?
Prosthetic.
Did
you say
it was educational?
Did you say a Gorilla Pod?
Uh-huh.
What is
you know what a Gorilla Pod is?
Yeah, like the tripod that you can grip around stuff. Yeah.
So imagine one of those bendable things that's like surgically surgically inserted into your body, so that anytime you could just Gorilla Pod up. That's a real thing.
So does it have force feedback, or is this just kind of a glorified strap-on?
No, it's good.
So
it's like surgically inserted.
It would be awesome if it made the noise that the Transformers used to make when they transformed when you were a kid.
Or
I just walk into the bedroom, scream, "Go, Gadget Penis!"
Yeah, I was thinking the Inspector Gadget.
Alexa, begin erection.
The other one was a balloon with a pump, and I think they remove one of your testes and then put the pump in your scrotum, so that you would Air Jordan it.
No, like a Reebok, the Reebok pump.
Oh,
keep pumping up, baby.
With the pumped up kicks.
The wife says, "Does Snob butcher his cows?" I didn't think so, but I heard Rick talking about butchering on the show once. Well, yeah, Snob doesn't. Well, Snob probably could
butcher a cow for
but he doesn't. I don't. Yeah, I don't think he can butcher and sell.
Yeah,
I don't. I think he would have to have be certified and all that kind of stuff. I think he does it for himself, and then Rick used to be a butcher for years back in the day. He was a butcher.
Rick,
I think Mia might have misheard. Well, sorry, I was going to say, I think Mia might have misheard. I think what Rick was saying was that he was butchering Snob's show.
Yeah, probably. DM Foss says, "Whatever happened to the good old penis pump?" I think E Honda turned it into a bong.
Well, you see,
he cut it down first.
Files. What happened was everyone was kind of cool with them existing, but then Austin Powers kind of moved it into the limelight.
I got him on that one.
It's not mine, baby. I swear.
I'm as much of a fan of recycling as anybody, but there's a line that you shouldn't cross.
Well, now, I mean, if it's your pump and you're the only one who's used it, or if it's new in the box and never used, I mean, this might explain why Honda's why Honda gets a little flirty to people of the same gender when he's high.
Didn't Kumar make a smokeless bong out of a penis pump on Escape from Guantanamo Bay?
I didn't see it. I don't know.
I don't know. I've never seen any of the Harold and Kumar movies.
First one was pretty funny.
This is right at the beginning. It's how they end up in Guantanamo Bay because he decides to light up on a airplane or some crap, and the lady yells "terrorist," and then he drops the bong, and they think it's a bomb.
Yep. Oh, no, dude, it's just a bong. He said bomb!
Or maybe DM Foss was actually maybe he was saying that to his wife and he had typed a text on or something. Maybe that wasn't meant for there.
Oh shit! I said, "Hey Alexa," and it activated his thing. Hey Alexa, order 13 tons of toilet paper and 1 bottle of Astroglide. Just wait. You'll have angry comments. People, I fell asleep with this damn thing on, and the next morning I had to cancel an order for toilet paper and Astroglide.
My wife ordered something by accident one time, and I think it was because she was looking through things and fell asleep and like clicked it. It was like something for. I think she was looking for a Christmas present for our
little man.
No, it was before he was born. For her brother's little girl or something, and ordered it showed up at the damn house. It was like a play set, like a kitchen play set for a little girl or something. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What the hell is this shit?
You know what? I think that's something like local news stations will run like every year during like Black Friday or the Christmas holiday. It's, see how these kids accidentally ordered $4,000 worth of Amazon stuff on their mom's iPad or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, DM Faust apparently is shaming my personal lubricant choices by saying liquid silk.
She used to sleep shop all the time. Yeah, she'd be looking through stuff and fall asleep and like hit the buy now button or some shit. And it was this big ass box showed up the one day. I'm like, what the hell is this? She's like, well, I don't know. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? I mean, it's got your name on it. She's like, oh shit, I bought it. Yeah.
I swear it was not me. It was the one I'm man.
I never sleep shop, but I have drunken eBay before, which is kind of fun because like 2 weeks later, it's like a Christmas morning for yourself.
Oh, dude, it's a Boba Fett Pez dispenser, fresh in the box, and this little Chinese thing with like a pokey knife. Extra large strap on. Okay, I'm going to have to talk to my therapist about my drinking. Had to turn off one touch shop. Yeah, who thought it was a good idea to have one touch buy it now?
It's not a good idea. It really isn't.
It's a good idea for them, for the company, but
I'm surprised that's even a thing.
It is. It just saves all your information. Next thing you know, you click it and it's gone. You know what I mean? Like, but it does. I mean, I've had it happen once I think, where I bought something by accident and had to cancel it quick. I don't remember what it was. Nothing crazy. I was looking up like gun stuff or something on Amazon.
Well, I know they push, or Amazon and eBay push as like a convenience thing of, oh, hey, if you don't want to do the subscription thing for like 9-volt batteries or for like printer paper, that just hit this and it'll order it right away. You don't have to go, okay, add to cart,
right. Buy it now.
All that, buy now. And West Covina Dodge, you are welcome.
Are the people ordering printer paper ordering it from 2002?
It comes with a.
Or what are your printer paper?
It comes in a time machine.
I don't know, man. I'm just trying to think of something that people would order on the regular that they need. Like, oh yeah, we need this next day, or is it early enough, or are we still in time to get same day delivery kind of stuff? I'm using my.
I've got like batteries. Yeah, I've got like 10 things in my Amazon cart just because they're things that I might buy sometime but might not. I always forget what I looked up, so I just put them in my cart, and even if they're not there, it's not when I see them.
Yay!
Did I send you messages saying, "Oh, you've still got something in your cart"?
Well, and it'll be like an item in your cart has changed price, and it'll be like 3 cents more or 4 cents less or something stupid like that. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I just want to know it's there when I forget what I was supposed to order.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes it actually like jumps a significant point. It's like, hey, this thing has dropped $10 or this thing has gone up $20. Mm-hmm. I know. I forget which of like the like gun accessory or AR, like upper and parts sites, if you put something in your cart, like if you haven't bought something there in a while, it'll be like, oh, hey, we noticed this was in your cart, and here's a 5% discount, or here's a thing for free shipping.
Well, I'll tell you what. I would not be surprised if things that you put in your cart for like a little while just automatically go up in price just because they are in your damn cart too. I would not put it past, companies to do stuff like that. It happened with I had put my gun vise that I bought in my cart because I wanted one for a long time, and I put it in my cart, and it went up, and then it went up, and then it went up, and then it went up, and I was like, holy shit, this is going bananas. And it had gone up like $20 over I forget how long. And then eventually it came on sale at Midway, and I ordered it from Midway for the original price that it was on Amazon. But it had gone up like $20 or $25 on Amazon since I had put it in my. And that's when I was kind of wondering. I'm like, I wonder if they have like an algorithm. Those sneaky bastards. If they have an algorithm, it's like, okay, this has been in this guy's cart for a week. Let's just knock it up $5. Maybe you'll buy it real quick.
Well, I think I've noticed this on Amazon too. That yes, Amazon has like a lot of shit in their warehouses, but it's also usually, oh, hey, we've got these partners that have like some of this more boutique stuff that we don't, we can't get a deal by ordering. Oh, yeah, we want 500 of these DVDs, this anime or whatever that was on in the 80s. So it's like, oh, hey, the price that you have is like the best price from so-and-so. And once they sell out of that, it's like, oh, well, the next best price is from this guy over in California, or this person up in Washington, or this person down in Florida, or we need to actually import this from Japan or import this from wherever, so the price, creeps up.
Yeah,
I had a weird thing with a price of a product changing. I had put into a cart this storage cabinet. It was like a couple $100, and I left it because I wanted to think about it for a bit, and then I came back to it, and it was $82,000, and I was like, well, that's ridiculous because I'm not paying that. And then I went back to it the next day, and the whole thing had disappeared. So that was weird.
Oh, what was that, Midnight? I think that was on. Who's that guy on Instagram you sent me a link to? That was a private. Is it Uncle Bob's or Uncle John's Freedom Kids or whatever?
Uncle Sam's Misguided Children. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was him. He had like a video that he caught someplace, and he typed, it was like either on Alibaba or Wish.com or Overstocked. He typed in like common little girls' names.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, oh, hey, Cindy or something like that. And it brought up like a picture of a chair for $62,000. And then he typed in something else. Or like another name.
That's Wayfair.
Yeah, Wayfair.
That's the Wayfair thing.
That was the joke. That was the joke.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the USA. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that Wayfair shit that they're trying to talk. They're trying to piece together whether it's actually like child trafficking. Yeah. I just saw that for the first time today, I think.
So Vandalistica, is that a fidget spinner, or is that one of those pokey hook things that you don't have to touch anything?
No, because I'm not a pussy. I touch everything.
Whether they like it or not.
And that's how he ended up getting that restraining order the first time.
Mm-hmm. That makes you a Democrat, I think. You could run for president.
45 is my favorite president, but you just can't grab anything you want. This is a leftover microphone thing because I bought this thing, but my mic's too fat to fit. It was just a spare part left over.
It's the thingamajig. Now we're demonetized. He showed it, just poking it right into the hole. Yeah. Like we were saying, this chat has not been family friendly for the last couple hours, so. I don't know. I think that's kind of a
that whole time muted.
Yeah. Took apart, mixed them up, hit them with a hammer. Oh, Faust, what are you doing? Save it to your list or save it for later?
Yeah. Roro does some good Instagram posts, man. He does some funny shit.
Yeah, that he I think he has been naming furniture after women forever. Why do they think this is human trafficking? I don't know. Does IKEA have like Lacey or a chair named Lacey that's like $50,000?
I never met a girl named Schmorenberg. Just saying.
If it's IKEA, you'd probably have to put her together and it'd take 45 minutes and then it'd fall apart 5 minutes later.
Well, if you would have screwed it right to begin with, it wouldn't have fallen apart. For everyone. I don't know, me. It's just one of those things that, like I said, it just popped up on that one thing that Midnight showed me. Buy different covers. IKEA is not cheap. It's crap. But it's affordable crap. Unless you get to like down where their ding and dents or overstocked area is, then usually you can get like some of their premium stuff that's made out of actual wood for fairly cheap. So white supremacist.
I've been found out, boys.
The jig is up.
Ooh. Renegade who had it made, escape for a bounty.
I know.
Roland Klein Knives.
Roro reposts some stuff, but some of his shit, I don't know if he does it or not, if he's reposted or not. It says, when I see the lightning bolt insignia on the power company's helmets, get the fuck off my telephone pole, you damn Nazi.
Good old Lee Marvin.
Yeah. When no one else realizes that you've declared unrestricted submarine warfare, target sighted Karen class bearing 180, speed 12 knots, prepare to fire meme of her talking to the manager. God have mercy on her soul. Me trying to use Google Earth on my phone at 4 a.m. during the power outage. He had his power out for a while. Okay, magical pocket brick. Where did the rum go? When you order a couch from Wayfair, I'm not going out like that punk Jeffrey Epstein. Now get me out of this couch, you whore. Me shooting at the looters last night that turned out to be the power company. Get away from my mizzle-mast, orange-headed gypsy. Oh, man.
When Roland gets on a roll.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir. How much is the rent on this furnished apartment? Him. This is a gun store. Oh, man.
Why so many Jack Sparrow?
I don't know.
He gets on a roll. Oh, this is funny.
Yeah. I didn't see. These are all new. I didn't see any of these. This is Doug. Doug doesn't give a fuck what you think. He's super frog. Be more like Doug. What did he eat, man? How much did he? Jesus.
Oh, hey, Mr. Knives. Welcome back, buddy.
This is a good one. Server.memes. I love these. These guys are good. My new kink is watching people get denied service for not wearing masks. It's all about restaurant stuff. Yeah, it's all restaurant and server memes. It's really funny. Yeah, sir.
I gotta ask Analytic, are like bars and stuff open down in Australia still? Because I cannot imagine them closing bars
anywhere on that continent and not actually going over. First of all, Stop gassing them up. It's not a continent. It's an island. Second of all, yeah, pretty much everything's open now. They just have the same kind of, 6 foot distancing deal.
Okay.
It's pretty much almost back to normal.
You know what? I shouldn't be making fun of IKEA stuff. West Covina just did remind me that it took something close to, what was it, West Covina? 400 pounds of bullets on the top shelf of a rickety IKEA shelving unit to finally break it.
Wait, 400?
I don't know. It was kind of one of those things where I remember him telling me how many hundreds or how many thousands of different cast lead bullets he had on top of it, and he just kept adding to the pile.
Oh. I was going to say 400 is only like 3 pounds or something like that.
No, 400 pounds, not 400 rounds.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant 400 rounds. That's not much.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. He loads for that Martini Henry, and those are.
Yeah.
I think they're like an ounce, or the bolt's an ounce each, or somewhere around there.
Probably around 700 grains, whatever that converts into ounce. I don't think that's quite an ounce, but it's pretty close.
There's 7,000 ounces to a pound, 16 ounces to a pound. I think an ounce is 280 pounds. I was close, West Covina. No, I think an ounce is 436, 437 grains.
Okay.
And no, I didn't just do that math. I just kind of remember doing the math on a calculator before.
437.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
IKEA has time and place. PPP. My extra makeup, hair stuff, storage drawers are from. IKEA has a time and a place.
I remember figuring out the grains on one of my 10 gauge slugs the one time, but I didn't remember what it was.
What was it, like an ounce and a half, ounce and 3/4?
It's an ounce and 3/4 lead ball in there, so it's, I forget, it's over 1,000 grains if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Or no, I forget.
Well, I can tell you that
somewhere around there. It was something ridiculous.
That a 60 caliber pure lead round ball is 327 grains.
Okay.
And that's just because I have a stack of lead round balls here that I wedge.
I think a 10 gauge is, I forget what the bore diameter is. You figure it out because it's how many lead round balls would equal a pound is what comes out to a gauge.
Yeah, I had, oh, wait, here's my calculator that I got that little program on. Does it still work? Quit, program. Nope. Alpha B. Full data bore. I think it's bore.
Oh, Abe, I was just looking for this video to screen share. I forgot that I tagged you in it.
Dude, what now?
I tagged you in this. I don't know if you saw it. Can you guys see my screen?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see this? How fucking crazy is this shit?
Yeah, I tagged Biker Bot. Wait, I tagged you and then you.
Oh, you tagged me.
Because there's me right there.
Oh, yeah.
And then I tagged Biker Bod because I figured he was trying to make his run for the border.
Yeah.
All right.
So check this shit out, guys. Watch this shit. So you got to watch right there where it says badassery. Right to the right of that. Or I'm sorry, right to the left of that. Watch that part of the screen. It's like a big ferry pulling away from the dock. Look at that shit. That son of a bitch launched a fucking RV off the dock.
That's amazing.
Oh, Black Cat disconnected.
Crazy? launches it and lands.
That gal, it's like a solar panel or whatever, almost takes her leg off. I don't know, just kind of watch the people's different reactions to it. Some see like, oh shit, run, and others are like, oh, what happened?
Crazy.
Do you know the story about it?
No. No, I don't.
It looks like it's from Cal. Okay, bore diameter. There we go. Gauge is 10.
Looks like a metaphor for all my previous relationships.
Ooh, gonna make it. Shit. Anyway, so for those who are interested, even though Black Cat disconnected so he could go drive around his little yard truck, a 10 gauge would be 775 thousandths of an inch for a bore diameter. Where 12 gauge is 730. And just for shits and giggles, a 4 bore would be an inch and 50 thousandths.
It was Canada. The guy was from Quebec.
So it was Bob.
And you all laughed at me.
I'll be damned.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, he wasn't trying to do it. His brakes went out and he went down a hill and he lost control. And somehow he thought that was his best option. Was to Dukes of Hazzard it off the bloody ramp.
Well, now here, at 14 rounds at 104 minutes. No. Well, I don't know. If it's going down the hill, you've got either a chance of I can either try and turn this real sharp and roll. I can try and hit something head on. I can hit the gate there. Or, I don't know, did he even know that the ferry had departed? And he figured, you know what? It's open water. It's open water. The worst that can happen is I'll drown. Rather than getting smushed like a bug.
Yeah.
Even though it looked like he probably got smushed like a bug.
Yeah, so it was the driver and a passenger. He died, but she made it. It doesn't really say why. Why
the brakes went out?
No, it doesn't say what the reasoning was. But I guess he thought he would land in the water. Surely he didn't think, I don't know.
Welcome back, Black Cat.
You there, Super Trucker?
Number one.
Whoa, am I back yet?
No, you tell us.
I think I'm here. I got sucked into the void there for a second. Came back and everybody sounded like they were either a robot or they had a stroke while I was gone.
Oh, were you watching Trevor Noah?
How do you know we weren't stroking robots?
I hope not. I don't put anything past anybody on this show. But,
especially when you get in the chat.
Yeah.
Well, Pew Pew Park asks, isn't that what the e-brake's for?
No, that wouldn't have stopped them. I would have just destroyed the e-brake. It wouldn't have done anything.
Yeah, I mean, even trying to shift into low gear probably would have just tore the transmission out. I
mean, it might slow you down a little bit, but
I don't know. Let's ask Mr. Super Trucker here. Black Cat, were you able to see that before you conked out of the RV doing the Dukes of Hazzard onto the ferry?
No, what I missed.
Okay, Midnight, you had the page. Basically, there's this thing going around on Instagram. It's like it's basically like a security video from a ferry that goes across the body of water, a car ferry, and they're pulled away from
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah. Well, with it, like you said, with this people, you don't know when you say ferry what kind of ferry you mean. Could have put it in reverse now, maybe. Basically, they've pulled away, what would you say, Midnight? 100 feet, probably?
There it is. Okay. Can you see this, Black Cat, or no?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right. Watch the right over here where my cursor is. There's a road coming down a hill. And then the ferry landing is, going up like a toll bridge kind of goes up or whatever, like the old toll bridge.
Okay.
Here comes Biker Bob. Boom.
What?
Smash.
Oh, shit.
It's crazy.
It makes it look like it's made out of balsa or something. It just disintegrates.
A woman in pink to the left front of the truck just stands there and watches it come at her, and then she moves when it hits. Like, oh, shit. So I'm getting out of here.
I can't see what it is, like what kind of vehicle it is.
It's an RV, I think.
Looks like it.
Ice cream truck. Yeah, it's definitely an RV. It's got a sunlight on a sunroof on it and everything.
That there, Clark, that's an RV.
Yeah. Shitter's full. Smash.
That always bugged the crap out of me that you'd have to get a CDL for driving something like that if you're going to do it in any commercial capacity, but a 16-year-old kid with his learner's permit could get behind the wheel of one of those.
Some of those big ones, too, the ones that are like buses.
Yeah.
They're actually changing some of that now, because I know in PA they started having called a non-commercial CDL. So anything over 26,000 pounds, you actually are supposed to get another license endorsement.
Black Cat, do you run a CB or you say to hell with that?
My CB broke a little while ago and I haven't fixed it yet.
I actually might have one laying around if you need. I have no. What's up?
What kind is it? I have like 3 or 4 old.
It's just a Cobra 29, nothing special. I haven't used it since I quit driving, but just since you said that yours broke.
I'll fix mine. I have an old unit in 76 that's had a bunch of work done to it.
Yeah.
An old that CB is older than some of the people in the chat, probably. Still works.
What's the best thing you ever heard on the CB?
Oh God, I don't know. The best thing I ever heard? I don't know. The most disturbing things I've heard usually were involved like hookers at truck stops using the trucker's CB of the guy they just blew to try and get their next John.
Oh God. I was out in Fort Wayne and watched a lot lizard crawl out of a guy's truck, went over to a puddle in the parking lot, splashed himself to get clean, and then there's a guy sitting in his truck. Well, I could see him. He watched her do this, and then she climbs up in his truck. I was like, oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah. The best one's when it's not women.
Never encountered that one.
Hi, driver.
Ah!
Wow, transsexual.
Also, you ever notice that, at least in my experience, the lot lizards always seem to be extremely old?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no young lot lizards. That's they usually have quite a bit of tread missing off the old tires.
Yeah. They would come up, knock on my door. I'd be like, pretty sure you're old enough to meet my grandma.
How's the AK, Chef?
How's the what?
What?
The AK, your rifle. Still alive?
My AK?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, what?
Oh no, it's been so long since I've been on YouTube that was the last thing I remember you showing off.
Oh yeah, I'm actually trying to build an AR pistol right now. I did
What caliber?
a lower. I built my first lower. Well, me and the little guy did. He helped me out. That was super fun. I got a Spikes lower, the unicorn lower, the snowflake lower.
Mm-hmm.
So I got one of those with an A4 SBA4 brace on it, and put in PSA kit lower parts kit with the EPT trigger, and then the wife got me for Father's Day. I got the Sig Romeo MSR to go on top. Yeah, so I've got a lower and I've got a red dot, but I don't have an upper yet. So I'm, hopefully, if and when they ever come back in stock, I want to buy a 300 blackout 10.5-inch upper for it.
You can build the upper
back in stock if they ever come in stock, and I have the money, because they were in stock for a while, in and out, and I just couldn't quite pull it off. And now they've been out of stock. PSA has nothing in stock. It's crazy.
If you want to build an upper, I have an extra stripped upper laying around.
I do not want to get involved with building an upper. I don't know. It's just not something I want to get into. Maybe someday, but not right now.
I think I have a stripped LWR, or no, it's an LMT stripped upper right now. That's an OD green.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah,
that one extra. I have a couple of stripped uppers laying around. So.
I mean, they have. Even if you go under just like the AR-15 uppers, they have some stuff, but they'd have nothing in 300 blackout pistol. It's all the blackout pistols are gone. They've got some stuff in 5.56.
So, what's everybody think about this 6mm art that I've been hearing about for the last week?
6mm what?
Art. ARC.
I don't know much about it. Let me look it up here. I swear.
No. Even though Midnight said he wanted a 300 blackout and wheeled over several of them because he likes the full 10.5-inch, not the stubby 8.5s.
Yeah, I want a 10.5. Well, they didn't have. Well,
who doesn't
have? They don't have 10.5-inch. They don't have anything in 300 blackout. There's no 8.5. There's no nothing.
Because they look like some of those kits that I had the card.
Well, maybe a kit, but I already have the lower. You know what I mean?
I'll give my opinion. I think 6mm arc's going to be right up there with like 224 Valkyrie. This guy's trying to stretch an AR further than an AR was meant to be stretched.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Let me see. It's a 243. Oh, I didn't realize it was a 243 projectile.
Yeah, that's 6mm.
Yeah. I thought it was something. I didn't even realize that. So, is it made specifically by? Is it proprietary for Hornady right now?
I think so. I think they're the only ones doing load workup and whatnot on it.
Yeah, if you go on the Hornady website, it has other people. Oh no, I suppose they're saying that they're making rifle chamber.
Yeah, threats have learned to stay 500 or 600 meters. They want something for a little longer distancing. Yeah, like Black Hat said. Remains supersonic past 1,000 yards. Wow.
Yeah, that's one of the big things that I noticed about it was how long it's staying supersonic, and I heard when it starts going through the transonic zone, it's makes a pretty good transition still.
Yeah, it's right on line. It's right in line with 308 as far as it's not quite as fast, or it's not. No, it's a little faster, But as far as the drop off, it's right. The arc is the same as the drop off arc is the same as the 308, pretty much.
What's the bullet weight? What's your clear bullet weight to bullet?
108, 100 and about 100. Yeah, a little over 100. So it's it's a lot more than not a lot more, but I mean it's definitely more than a 5.56 is. Twist rate's 101 and 8 twist.
I don't know. Like I said, everybody's trying to stretch their ARs off at that 1,000-yard mark.
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of makes sense what they're saying. This is a gunsandammo.com where they're saying that they bad guys are trying to stay 500 or 600 meters away because they know that the AR isn't all that capable out past that. So they want something to get out there farther. They're talking about putting 24-inch barrels on these bad boys and being able to get there. I mean, they're saying 103 to 108 grain, 103 grain Hornady Precision Hunter at 2,800 feet per second. Yeah, it's still 1,000 feet per second at 1,000 yards. And 2,800 feet per second is pretty quick.
No, if you could get your wind call with that light of a bullet, I don't see a problem at 1,000 with that.
Well, the BCE on it's supposed to be incredible, from what I understand.
Yeah, anything 6mm to 6.5 millimeter in that range usually has the best ballistic coefficients.
Yeah, their coefficient's pretty high. It's in the fives. 0.512 to 0.536.
For the amount of money you're going to spend on it, though, I don't know. Plus, if you really want to hunt with an AR, I guess it would be good, or varminting with an AR, but a 24-inch barreled AR is fairly heavy to lug through the woods. When you can get like a bolt action in 243 that's going to weigh 3 pounds lighter, give you the exact same performance.
Honestly, that BCE I'm not real impressed with. I would just stick with the 6.5 Creedmoor at that point.
Now you're talking about stuffing it into a regular AR chassis too. So
yeah.
You'd be looking more like 6.5. You'd have to compare it to like 6.5 Brendel, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm looking more so that somebody's going to put it in a bolt action. I don't care having it in the AR platform.
I don't see the point of that in a bolt action when you already have the 243. 243 is going to go with 108 grain bullet. It's going to be even faster.
Yeah.
What I really want is a 408 Shytac.
Yeah, talk to Dead Horse about that.
Oh, he has one?
No, I think he shot one or one of the 418
or
86s. Nobody does it. He bought a Barrett like a decade ago now. Only now he's starting to like reload for it.
My local shop.
Yeah.
What's
you have to have a place to. Some of those things you have to have a place to shoot it.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I decided much as I want one, I just didn't get one of the Ruger Precisions in 308 or 6.5. Because longest range I can shoot around here is 300.
My range goes out to 600.
There's a range by me that goes out to 5.
one down. If I drive the other way down to Lewistown, there's 1,000.
I was about to say I think there's one down by Lewistown that was reaching out that far.
Yeah, Lewistown.
Yeah, I'd love to. I want to go to that range.
Are you a member out there?
No, I'm not. Coda Boy.
I know Coda Boy shoots out there. Yeah.
Yeah, Coda Boy goes out all damn. He's out there all the damn time.
I never really. I was a member out there for like just 1 year because I thought I could get out there and shoot, and I never made it. But I shot pistol. I shot IDPA out at Lewistown.
What's the membership fee out there? Because being where I am, if I
don't think it's much.
Went there, it'd be a weekend thing, but I'd probably only get to go do it, twice, maybe 3 times a year if I was lucky. Because part of that is I've got to find somebody to take me there.
It's like around $100 a year. I think it's a little bit less than that.
Guns and barbecue. How are you with rifle shooting? I mean, with your vision, are you okay with? Are you okay with rifle?
If it was open sights, I can't do it. But right. with an optic, makes a world of difference. However, I ended up buying an Athlon scope. Mm-hmm. And actually, awesome scope. They're trying to compete with Vortex, and right. I would put them right up there with them, and they're a fraction of the price. But not to plug, their crap or anything, but the crosshairs are too fine for me to pick up. Still, I need something with a thicker crosshair. So what I think I'm going to do is look for a mil-dot scope. That way, I've got the thicker dots and be easier for me to pick up. But as long as I've got an optic on it, I can still shoot pretty well.
Mm-hmm. What about something with an illuminated reticle? Does that help you?
This scope's supposed to have an illuminated reticle, but apparently I left it on, so I don't know. I'd like to replace the battery. I just always forget to pick up one. Yeah. So whenever I remember to replace the battery, I will let you know, but I'm not 100%. It also helped, I think, if it showed up in green rather than red, because 2 of the colors that I pick up better are blue and green. So
that's everybody's eye. Everybody sees when red, and then green is easier to see than red, and then blue is easier to see for the human eye than green. That's why they say that they're going to be blue is eventually going to probably hit the market. Once they, I guess, I apparently blue is harder to. It's more expensive, or it's harder to work with, I guess, than like a red or a green dot. But apparently blue is going to eventually probably hit the market and be pretty wide. People will be using blue dots because they see it better.
I would definitely invest in that. I mean, obviously I've got reasons to, but even if I didn't, I think I'd just prefer the blue. Yeah. But then again, you got the people like my ex. Whenever I'd take her gun shopping, she's like, "I shop by colors." I'm like, "All right, whatever." So then you'd have people like her that are like, "Well, I'm going to accessorize my gun and make sure that this red dot or blue dot matches this." And I'm like, "Well, have fun." So there's a whole niche that.
Hey! Your gun has to match your outfit. I mean, you don't want to clash.
Oh, that's why I always wear black.
That's right.
Yeah. Racist.
I was actually at a training class, and there was a black gentleman in the class, and something was said about, if it's black, it's tactical. And the guy's name was Mike, and so the rest of the class he was called Tactical Mike.
Right.
Luckily, he had a good sense of humor, but and I didn't start it, so I can't take any credit for that. I just tell the story.
All right, let's wrap it up. It's getting late.
All right, gentlemen, you heard him. Let's keep this train going for another 3 hours.
Yeah,
right.
Only 3:30 in the morning.
What time is it there where you're at?
5:34 in the afternoon.
He's a time traveler.
On Monday.
On Monday, yeah.
I remember 5:40.
That's why I can't. Sorry, that's why I can't usually jump on for this because I'm at work.
Right.
Can you tell us lottery numbers?
There's no lottery anymore in Australia.
I meant here. You're in the future for us.
Oh,
yeah. What's the daily 3?
I don't want to do like plot spoilers or anything, but just enjoy this evening while you can. Like, just really
all right. Look, enough of this small talk stuff. Is Disney Lucasfilm actually erasing the last 3 movies?
I don't care. Just bring X-Men to the MCU. That's all I care about.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool for sure.
They're dripping it in. I hear that Namor is the Black Panther 2 guy, and he'll be a mutant. Yeah, but anyway.
There you go.
Excuse me while I rub my breast.
That's fine.
Well, at least you're doing it with the shirt on this time.
You guys got anything to plug? Black Cat, Guns and Barbecue? You got anything going on you need to plug out there?
Who do you want to go first?
Whoever.
You talked.
I got nothing.
There you go. Lame. Black Cat, you got anything coming up?
I don't know. I just started doing I just put out a top 5 video. I had a couple of those I was going to kind of put out since I wasn't doing beer chat, but I didn't feel like too many people were watching them. So, but I'm still going to have 3 more because I already have one other one recorded and I already offered to collaborate with somebody else on another one. So watch them.
That's cool.
I say, damn it.
There you go. Platypus, you got anything coming up?
No, I just sticking to my regular upload schedule of once every 4.8 months. Have a look at it if you enjoy bad computer music and vlogs. Yeah.
And
all that fancy mic equipment, you can only get one. Can you get one out every 3 months?
But it's the quality, though.
Yeah.
Rob, you watched the last one. I sampled the theme song to the old X-Men animated series cartoon and then did a rap about, using X-Men powers and names and stuff. It won't make you angry like the last one did.
Yeah, I was angry at work all day. Thanks a bunch, man.
Ape, you got anything coming up?
I got nothing at all except for work. I'm one of the 4 people that they decided need to stay on 12 hours so we can get caught up with our stuff that wasn't ventilator related. So no, but I did throw out there for one last time the thing for Pete's Puppies Puppy. And right now we have 15 donors with a grand total of $424, which isn't bad for, I don't know, how long we've been on here? 3 days, 4 days, something like that. So.
Yeah, seems like it.
I got one plug.
Busted Leg Joe.
What you got to plug there, Barbecue?
Black Cat made me think of something when he mentioned his 5 videos thing. So, if I was able to anger anybody with my barbecue views, disliking pig roast and thinking that fall off the bone ribs are overcooked, then please look for my 5 pet peeves video for barbecue. I have no idea when the hell I'm going to make that, but I plan on doing it sometime this week. So
there you go. So that's that link is out there for Pete's Pup. Thanks guys. I mean that's a shitload of money for sure into that. Just for us doing a dumbass show like this, it was really cool. thanks everybody for helping out. He did. I know, Pete was saying like, oh, I'll do something. I hope he doesn't. He doesn't need to, for sure. It'd be great to have him do a little video and show us a little critter running around again. It'd be good enough for me. So, if you guys, if you guys don't have anything else, we're gonna shut it down here.
I think we need to make the pup a scabbard and just get him a little Heritage 22 to carry on his side.
Little cap gun. Give him one of those old cappy guns.
Yeah, one of those little blackjack cap guns.
Yeah. Ape, you want to take us out?
I don't know. I mean, you guys are kind of ugly. You're bringing me down. You don't get on the dance floor. I mean, why would I want to take you out? I mean, you're just no fun. You're good at cuddling, which I mean is the primary purpose, but shameless self-promotion and self-deprecation aside, ladies, gentlemen, Jonases of all ages, thank you for watching Midnight Range TM's The Closer. This concludes our regularly scheduled programming, but we'll be back sometimes later with more wacky shenanigans and PG-13 and not safe for work jokes and memes. Gun Channel's Monday night programming at 5 p.m. Eastern. It's hasty headlines, news, and commentary with never enough ammo. At 7 p.m. Eastern, it's the Polite Society podcast on Facebook. And once again, I will remind you that Travis P11, King Travi himself, has moved Caliber Corner back to sometime on Saturday. If you want to know exactly when, go look it up yourself. I'm not the damn phone book. At 8 p.m. Eastern, it's Clover Tax MOA Monday, only on Instagram and Hawaii Volcano Squads, locked and loaded on YouTube. At 9 p.m. Eastern, it's Never Enough Ammo, a.k.a. Mr. Mac's Guns and Geek podcast, The Week in Geek. Intentionally Left Flank is never coming back. I don't even know why they keep sending me the check to tell them that they are. I mean,
plugging it?
Yeah, keep plugging it. They're not coming back.
I think California actually did break off. She's probably floating towards Hawaii right now, making patches.
No, actually, I think she was in Yellow or on a bit of a road trip. She's been posting stuff from like the Black Hills and that.
Oh shit!
And every weeknight at midnight Eastern, it's the Daily Gun Show. Check out GunTube.org as a free and unrestricted Pro-2A video platform. If you like what you see, go over to Patreon and help support. For less than the price of a cup of rancid, arsenic-laced, but still delicious tasting beef soda premium, you too can help support a Pro-2A video sharing platform that is free from corporate censorship. For cooling unique two-way swag, go over to gearwebsites.com. Like pretty much anything you see here on this wall, except for the Robbie robot. That's mine. Screw you. And remember, hot dog is a sandwich, Slim Jim is a candy bar, and never let a kiwi skin a platypus.
That's right. That's right.
Or was that never let a platypus skin a kiwi? I forget how that goes.
He gets so mad when you try and skin him. So pissed off.
Yeah, that's that stinger that they got in their teeth. It no joke. That's how I lost my thumb the first time.
Yeah. You got to be careful. So
it's in the toe.
It's
toe, teeth. What's the difference?
All right. I will talking about the patch. Yep, for sure. Mm-hmm. Thanks for watching, guys. Take it easy. Another long one here. I will see you guys next week. Thanks for watching. Thanks for you guys joining. I appreciate it. Take it easy. Bye.
Bye.